Himself is How can be talked about, but not the eternal time? Names can be named, but not the eternal name. As the origin of heaven and earth, it is nameless. As the mother of all things, it is nameable. So as ever hidden, we should look at it. And all the world recognizes beauty as best. And all the world is evil. Indeed, the hidden and the manifest in low sets measure to each other. Voice and sound harmonize each other. Back and front follow each other. Therefore, the sage manages his affairs without ado and spreads his teaching without talking. He denies nothing to the teeming things. He rears them but lays no claim to it, but does not dwell upon it. And yet it is manifest. We should look at its outer aspects. These two flow from the same source, though differently named, and both are called mysteries. The mystery of mysteries is the door of all ourselves. By not exalting the talented, you will cause people to cease from rivalry and contention. By not prizing goods hard to get, you will cause the people to cease from robbing and stealing. By not discerning what is desirable, you will cause the people's hearts to remain undisturbed. Therefore, the sage's way of governing begins by a day the heart of desires, filling the belly with food, weakening the ambitions to remain with all knowledge and without desire, and prevent the many points from any to practice yoga and everything will be its power is like an empty bowl, which in being used can never be filled up fathomless. It seems to be the origin of all things. It blunts all sharp edges. It unties all tails to exist forever. I do not know whose sharp things. Heaven and earth is not sentimental. His people is strongholds between heaven and earth. There seems to be a balance. Can fathom it. Better look for it within you. The spirit of the fountain dies not. It is called a mysterious law upon it. It is inexhaustible. Heaven lasts long and earth abides. What is the secret of their durability? Is it not because they do not live for themselves? Their fight themselves is real. How can be talked about? Names can be named, but not the eternal name. As the origin of heaven and earth, it is nameless. As the mother of all things, it is nameable. So is ever hidden, we should look at its interesting. And all the world recognizes beauty as beauty. It's in itself is ugliness. When all the world recognizes
in easy complement each other, long and short exhibit each other, high and low set measure to each other, voice and sound harmonize each other, back and front follow each other. Therefore the sage manages his affairs without ado, and spreads his teaching without talking. He denies nothing to the teeming things, he rears them but lays no claim to them. He does his work but sets no store by it. He accomplishes his task but does not dwell upon it. And yet it is just because he does not dwell on it that nobody can ever take it away from him.
as always manifest, we should look at its outer aspects. These two flow from the same source, though differently named, and both are called mysteries. The mystery of mysteries is the door of all essence.
By not exalting the talented, he will cause the people to cease from rivalry and contention. By not prizing goods hard to get, you will cause the people to cease from robbing and stealing. By not displaying what is desirable, you will cause the people's hearts to remain undisturbed. Therefore, the sage's way of governing begins by emptying the heart of desires, filling the belly with food, weakening the ambitions, toughening the bones. In this way, he will cause the people to remain without knowledge and without desire, and prevent the knowing ones from any idol. Practice knowledge, and everything will be in order.
The tongue is like an empty bowl, which in being used can never be filled up fathomless. It seems to be the origin of all things. It runs so sharp as is, it unties and will tangles, it harmonizes all it hurts. It unites the world into one whole unity.
Yet it seems to exist forever. I do not know whose child it is. It seems to be the common ancestor of all, the father of things.
Heaven and earth is not sentimental. It treats all things as strong laws. The sage is not sentimental. He treats all his people as strong laws. Between heaven and earth, there seems to be a balance. It is empty, and yet it is inexhaustible.
Is the secret of their durability? Is it not because they do not live for themselves that they can live so long? Therefore, the sage wants to remain behind, but finds himself at the head of others, reckons himself out, but finds himself safe and secure. Is it not because he is selfless that his self is realized? The highest form of goodness is like water. Water knows how to benefit, moves without striving for gain. It stays in places loved by all men. Therefore, it comes near the top. In choosing your dwelling, know how to keep to the ground. Tao can be talked about, but not the eternal Tao. Names can be named, but not the eternal name. As the origin of heaven and earth, it is nameless. As the mother of all things, it is nameable. So, as ever hidden, we should look at its inner essence. When all the world recognizes beauty as beauty, this in itself is ugliness. When all the world recognizes good as good, this in itself is evil. Indeed, the hidden and the manifest give birth to each other. Difficult and easy complement each other. Long and short exist each other. High and low set measure to each other. Voice and sound harmonize each other. Manages his affairs without a doubt and spreads his teaching without talking. He denies nothing to the teeming things. He rears them but late, and yet it is just because he does not dwell on it that nobody can ever take it away from him. Is always manifest from the same source, consequently named, and both are called mysteries. The mystery of mysteries is the door of all essence. By not exalting the talent, he will cause the people to cease from rivalry and contention. By not prizing goods hard to get, you will cause the people to cease from robbing and stealing. By not displaying what is desirable, you will cause the people's hearts to remain undisturbed. Therefore, the sage's way of governing begins by emptying the heart of desires, filling the belly with food, weakening the ambitions, toughening the
An empty bowl, which being used can never be filled or fathomless. It seems to be the origin of all things. It blunts all sharp edges, it unties all tangles, it harmonizes all lights, it unites the world into one whole hidden within the deeps. Yet it seems to exist forever. I do not know whose child it is. It seems to be the common ancestor of all the father of things. Heaven and earth is not sentimental. It rips all things as thoughts. The sage is not sentimental. He treats all his people as between heaven and earth. There seems to be a source to more comes out of it. No amount of words can fathom it. Better look for it within you. Lingering like gossamer, it has only a hint of existence, and yet when you draw upon it, it is inexhaustible. Talk can be talked about, but not the eternal tale. Names can be named, but not the eternal name. As the origin of heaven and earth, it is nameless. As the mother of all things, it is nameable. So as ever hidden, we should look at its inner essence. When all the world recognizes beauty as beauty, this in itself is ugliness. When all the world recognizes good as good, this in itself is evil. Indeed, the hidden and the manifest give birth to each other. Difficult and easy complement each other. Long and short exhibit each other. High and low set measure to each other. Voice and sound harmonize each other. Back and front follow each other. Therefore, the sage manages his affairs without ado and spreads his teaching without talking. He denies nothing to the teeming things. He rears them but lays no claim to them. He does his work but sets no store by it. He accomplishes his task but does not dwell upon it. And yet, it is just because he does not dwell on it that nobody, though differently named, and both are called mysteries. The mystery of mysteries is the dawn lesson. sage's way of governing begins by emptying the heart of desire. Filling the belly with food, weakening the ambitions, toughening the cause. In this way, he will cause the guilty without knowledge and desire, and prevent the knowing ones from begging their practice non-ado, and everything will be in order. Always like an empty bowl, which it being used can never be filled unless it seems to be the origin of all things. It runs all short edges, this one times all ten, this harmonizes all lives. It unites the world into one whole in the deeds, and it seems to exist forever. I do not know whose child it is. It seems to be the common ancestor of all, the father of things. Tao can be talked about, but not the eternal Tao. Next night of not eternal the origin of heaven and earth, it is nameless. As the mother of all things, it is nameable. So, as ever hidden, we should look at its inner essence. Beauty is beauty. This in itself is ugliness. When all the world recognizes good is good, this in itself is evil. Indeed, the hidden and the manifest give birth to each other. Difficult and easy complement each other. Long and short exhibit each other. High and low set measure to each other. Voice and sound harmonize each other. Back and front follow each other. Therefore, the sage manages his affairs without ado and spreads his teaching without talking. He denies nothing to the teeming things. He rears them, but lays no claim to them. He does his work, but sets no store by it. He accomplishes his task, but does not dwell upon it. And yet, it is just because he does not dwell on it that nobody can ever take it away from him. As always manifest, we should look at its outer aspects. These two flow from the same source, though differently named, and both are called mysteries. The mystery of mysteries is the door of all essence. Tao can be talked about, but not the eternal Tao. Names can be named, but not the eternal name. As the origin of heaven and earth, it is nameless. As the mother of all things, it is nameable. So as ever hidden, we should look at its inner essence. When all the world recognizes beauty as beauty, this in itself is ugliness. When all the world recognizes good as good, this in itself is evil. Indeed, the hidden and the manifest give birth to each other. Difficult and easy complement each other. Long and short exhibit each other. High and low set measure to each other. Voice and sound harmonize each other. Back and front follow each other. Therefore, the sage manages his affairs without a dough and spreads his teaching without talking. He denies nothing to the teeming things. He rears them but lays no claim to them. He does his work but sets no store by it. He accomplishes his task but does not dwell upon it. And yet, it is just because he does not dwell on it that nobody can ever take it away from him. Aspects. These two flow from the same source, though differently named, and both are called mysteries. The mystery of mysteries is the door of all essence. By not exalting the talented, you will cause the people to cease from rivalry and contention. By not prizing goods hard to gain, what is desirable will cause the people's hearts to remain undisturbed. Therefore, the sage's way of governing begins by emptying the heart of desires, filling the belly with food, weakening the ambitions, toughening the bones. In this way, he will cause the people to remain without knowledge and without desire, and prevent the knowing ones from any idle. Practice non-idle, and everything will be in order. The Tao is like an empty bowl, which in being used can never be filled up fathomless. It seems to be the origin of all things. It blunts all sharp edges. It unties all tangles. It harmonizes all lights. It unites the world into one whole hidden in the deeps. Yet it seems to exist forever. I do not know whose child it is. It seems to be the common ancestor of all, the father of things. Heaven and earth is not sentimental. It treats all foes as strong dogs. The sage is not sentimental. He treats all his people as strong dogs between heaven and earth. There seems to be a pause. It is empty, and yet it is exhaust. The word, the Lord works. The Lord comes out of it. No amount of words can find it. The spirit of the fountain dies not. It is called the mysterious feminine. The doorway of the mysterious feminine is called the root of heaven and earth. Lingering like gossamer, it is only a hint of existence. And yet, when you draw upon it, it is inexhaustible. Heaven lasts long and ever abides. What is the secret of their durability? Is it not because aligns himself with the heavens, reckons himself out, but finds himself safe and secure. Is it not? The highest form of goodness is like water. Water, therefore, it comes near the town. In choosing your dwelling, know how to keep to the ground. In cultivating your mind, know how to dive in the hidden deeps. In dealing with others, know how to be gentle and kind. In speaking, know how to keep your words. In governing, know how to maintain order. In transacting business, if you do not strive with others, you will be free from the sword and the edge can come. It will serve for long. Fill your house with pride and pain, and it can no longer be God. It says Lord, all your riches and honor, and you will only reap the crop of calamities. Here is the way of heaven. When you have done your work, retire. Here is the way of in keeping the spirit and the vital soul together, are you able to maintain their perfect harmony? In gathering your vital energy to attain suppleness, have you reached the state of a newborn babe? In washing and clearing your inner vision, have you purified it of all dross? In loving your people and governing your state, are you able to dispense with cleverness? Time can be talked about, but not the eternal time. Names can be named, but not the eternal name. As the origin of heaven and earth, it is nameless. As the mother of all things, it is nameable. So as ever hidden, we should look at its inner essence. When all the world recognizes beauty as beauty, this in itself is ugliness. When all the world recognizes good as good, this in itself is evil. Indeed, the hidden and the manifest give birth to each other. Difficult and easy complement each other. Long and short exhibit each other. High and low set measure to each other. Voice and sound harmonize each other. Back and front follow each other. Therefore, the sage manages his affairs without ado, and spreads his teaching without talking. He denies nothing to the teeming things. He rears them, but lays no claim to them. He does his work, but sets no store by it. He accomplishes his task, but does not dwell upon it. And yet, it is just because he does not dwell on it that nobody can ever take it away from him. As always manifest, we should look at its outer aspects. These two flow from the same source, though differently named, and both are called mysteries. The mystery of mysteries is the door of all essence. By not exalting the talented, you will cause the people to cease from rivalry and contention. By not prizing goods hard to get, you will cause the people to cease from robbing and stealing. By not displaying what is desirable, you will cause the people's hearts to remain undisturbed. Therefore, the sage's way of governing is toughening the bow.
Fast electrical motors on them because at first anything electric, you don't gotta insure it, you don't gotta register it, and so kids are running around on these electric quads that are going faster than cars. It's crazy. Crazy.
I mean, we used to do that when I worked on the golf course. We would take out the governor on the golf carts, and we'd be going so fast over those mounds and shit.
Which golf course?
That doesn't matter.
Oh. How old were you?
That doesn't matter either. I was young. I did greenskeeping and I was a caddy. Two different golf courses.
I know what happens on the golf course stays on the golf course.
I saw a girl. She delivers. She's like the golf course bartender. You might have seen her on Instagram, and the black girl. Yeah, you seen her, right? She look good too, and she be flirting with him, and they be giving her $100 tips. Keep the change.
I can tell you, I worked at a golf course recently. I haven't been there about 2 years, 3 years. But I'd never worked at one before as a bartender. And then they started, I was just like through a temp agency, and then they started like requesting me, whole new culture, just hanging out over there. I mean, that, people talk about, power lunches or power breakfast, but a lot of deals that decide the world, everybody's fate in the world happens at those golf courses.
We spoke about, Van spoke about that, and I don't know. I got a homeboy, well, he's younger than me. When I used to tour, he kind of came up under me, he always shouts me out. And he loved golf because he knew that a lot of the players in the touring industry, like they off in the city, they would go play golf. I'm not playing no golf. But he stuck at it, he got good. And he told me, he does meet some interesting people, and interesting conversations, young black brother on the golf course. But I remember when everybody's like, I want to go play golf. Like, that's where the deals are made. Yeah, it was a thing in the music business for I'd say around 2003 to like 2007. Everybody wanted to play golf.
Now it's pickleball.
I want to play. I'm not good. All right, so here's one more new thing.
I don't even know what pickleball is. What is it?
It's kind of like a mix between it's a mix between squash and tennis.
It's a mix between
It's like
the racket ain't that heavy.
Full-size ping pong.
Yeah.
Yes, that's a good description.
Stand up ping pong.
So we had a Toys R Us in Brooklyn, down by King's Plaza. It's been abandoned for about 10 years now.
Wait, I remember that.
Okay, so Stephon bought it, and he's turning it to an athletic facility. And guess what? They're gonna have basketball and other sports for the kids to have somewhere to go. So it's not too far from me. I want to play pickleball.
Yeah, my LA Fitness just got pickleball courts. It took out all the boxing and put pickleball and Pilates. So I might start putting now that I can do it.
So it requires a tennis court?
It requires a court.
It's smaller than a tennis court.
Yeah, so it's like
pickleball.
It's like ping pong, but full size, like a full size net. That's the best way to really picture it. It's not as big as.
Yeah, Google it.
The problem is they're kicking them off of New York City playgrounds and courts because they make so much noise. So that's the problem that people are having. So they have put up signs in New York City parks where they have like, not tennis, but like a blacktop. Maybe people playing basketball, whatever. They say no pickleball allowed because people complain.
Really?
It's
I thought you just trolling.
No, what?
So hitting up the ball or people yelling?
No, they get fucked up while they're playing. There's like golf. Like in DC, there's this like white pavement. It's called cracking. I'd never go in there. It's white people doing roller derby and it's pickleball in the mix called cracking
rink in Courts or something.
Where is it?
It's all these white people all the time playing pickleball. It's in Northeast.
Oh, Northeast. Oh yeah, I don't know.
But wait, spirituals, I can't wait. They're making noise. What do you mean? The sun is hitting the
Have you
ball,
ever heard?
or they're just
It's
Yeah, explain.
it's like so you know like racquetball and handball and all that. Like
Yeah.
it makes that noise, right?
oh, okay.
So imagine they have a court right outside your fucking pickleball.
He's a miserable New Yorker. I'm gonna find pickleball right next to where you stay and bring the whole hood. We're gonna play pickleball.
No,
And sorry, real quick. Sorry to those people that live in that part of town, but fuck.
Somali food?
No.
Yeah, wow.
That's the thing. We don't really have many Somalis these days. It's Ethiopian.
But it's not food. But he eating.
Definitely. But Divine, they're drinking them seltzers and all this vodka soda while they're playing. And they're loud and rambunctious. Like, imagine like niggas hooping and talking shit, but white people that are drunk playing pickleball. That's what it sounds like. No, stay away from Lobby Bar now, D. After it was you don't go to Northeast. Don't go to Southeast either, but no Eastern.
Looks like the Amazon warehouse is close.
Devon, are you there?
Hey, what's up, brother?
What's going on with you, man? Something's up. What's going on?
What are you talking about? What happened?
I was talking about the golf course. And then you mentioned the chick who serves the drinks, right? And all you said was, oh, she looked good. You couldn't spend another 30 seconds, 45 seconds on how fine that lady is. What's wrong with you, brother?
Oh, yeah. We need to go back to that pond.
Yeah, that was yo, man. I don't know what's going on, man. Oh man, Divine.
I'm losing it. I'm losing
God,
it.
he was like, oh yeah, she looked good too. Look good. I had to come out of the pool. That's insane. Divine, what's happening?
My apologies, brother. When they're shaking, flirting, getting extra tips.
Fine,
They be
stop
trying.
right there.
Yeah, they be trying to get with.
And let me get on Organica, Sister Deep, and others. What the fuck is wrong with y'all? Why y'all hang out in DC as black people and don't go to Northeast? I don't even understand. I don't even understand. I'm going to come out of the water. What the fuck are y'all saying? You are Negroes and you don't. I don't even understand. Y'all only date people. I'm not even in the dating market. Y'all go on dates with blacks who live in Northwest? Huh? I'll be honest with y'all. Okay, that's a good answer. She said, I don't date DC. That's actually a very good answer. All right, that's a good answer. That's actually a good answer. But I'll be honest with you, I don't think y'all are Americans. Y'all say something on this app. It's just, oh my God, what's happening? Yeah, it would be Harlem. Spiritus. That would be the DC comparison. Like, I don't go to Northeast. Now, to be fair, I don't spend the night in Northeast. To be fair,
What's happening?
I don't like to be unconscious for more than 6 hours with that high concentration of working class people around me. For my own safety.
This is crazy.
I'm done speaking.
Shout out to Northeast.
Do you have like a bunch of clubs up there?
There are clubs. I would
There are
say
clubs. It's not.
Okay.
But it's more loungy and bars and restaurants.
Okay, I think I went to a big club in like I want to say warehouse area.
Oh, that's old school.
In
Love?
2013, 2013.
Yeah, that area still have. They just made it a new club. It's called Culture, and I love it. I go there very often. That's where they have the black house parties.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah,
It was like
yeah, they made all those. That area is like clubs.
So wait, are we saying Northeast DC is like Harlem? What would we compare it to, man?
Yeah. That's the best.
Oh, okay.
I mean, just in terms of this relationship to the rest of the city, there's a different vibe, but it's like the black. Like you want to like young stuff. That's where you would go. I mean, there's some spots over in Northwest or whatever. I don't go down to the wharf or whatever they call it. I don't do that stuff.
Can't really hate
Dr. Library.
You said Dr. Library.
Dr. Library, she does that. I don't know.
That's if I. The wharf, it get played out. It's too expensive to do often. Like, and then the parking situation, that parking garage is $30 an hour. So I refuse to do that. But the wharf is.
And First Lady, if you want 1 second, Divine. Yes, and I got salt and vinegar chips. And what? Yes, I got out of the pool for salt and vinegar chips.
Eat up, sir. Eat up.
Here's an anthropological question for the room.
That's why
Has anybody? It's true. Has anybody? Oh, I'm gonna burn it off. That's from these labs. Has anybody here? Actually, I'm not gonna burn it off. Has anybody? I'm just waiting in the water. Shout to my ancestors. Has anybody in here ever seen a white person eat salt and vinegar chips? I bet you haven't. I bet you've never seen a white person eat salt and vinegar chips.
They don't know
I
they
never
exist.
looked to check their chips that they were eating.
They don't do it.
It just be the black people eating.
Well, Owen May had to defeat her. He said the broke white people do.
How do you say?
I mean,
Without triggering anybody. I think it's a class thing.
yeah, it does feel class-like. I agree.
Do white people eat barbecue chips, or that's just a?
It might be class.
No, they
I
don't.
mean, they do. It might be class.
But they're sour cream and onion. That's
Yeah, like some people plain.
Yeah, they like that.
They,
But, you know,
they
they guys,
cheddar and
Kettle
I don't know. The cultures have changed. The whites like salt and vinegar now, so whatever.
They eat
They like
cheddar.
kettle cooked.
They eat cheddar. Oh yeah. They
Exactly. The kettle
They like
cooked
the
salt and
kettle
vinegar. The
jalapeno.
Cape Cod ones.
Yeah.
kettle jalapeno and that kettle black pepper. They gotta be there.
Black people in y'all community and working class in y'all community, you've never seen a real nigga pull out a bag of kettle cooked chips. You've never seen it. I'm telling y'all.
But those are them hard ass chips. They are kind of extra crunchy. Just to cut the roof of your mouth. I do like the one. The First Lady, you and I shared this thing that we like. The ones that Subway sell in the green bag, the jalapeno joints. Those are crack. Go ahead.
Miss Somebody.
Oh, really? So at a young boy concert, they just pull out Cape Cod, kettle cooked, apple cider vinegar, and chives. Okay.
It's like Creole seasoning chips. Imagine. Yeah, they got them here now. It's like Lowry's and vinegar chip.
What? That's what I'm saying.
That's what it is, for real. I'm saying it's the taste of.
No.
Let me ask the DMV. That's what I was about to ask my DMV Maryland people. When the last time y'all had the scratch chip?
I don't eat those.
Old
regular
Bay
things.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the white people their relationship to Old Bay and crab is different. They really do eat the Old Bay chips like probably all the time. They're salty as fuck. I can't eat them.
They are extra salty. I ate them as a kid. I probably haven't had them since I was 12 years old.
Wait, you grew up in the DMV, Organico?
I did.
Oh, shit.
Did
We
you
used to take field trips.
I got you a message, Ben, by the way. Did you see my message?
Yeah, I'm going to respond to it.
Oh, okay. I just
Give it time. Give it time. Don't rush. That's why you can't get a date now. You keep rushing through things. Listen, we used to take field trips.
I forget the brands. They were always like little off brands, like Curd or something like
Hers.
Yeah, Hers. We had Herd. You grew up on Herd.
Yeah, Hers.
Hers and Utz.
I say y'all like Cape Cod over Miss Vicky?
I'm not eating Miss Vicky.
I liked Miss Vicky until I bought so had in the other flavors. Exactly. And so in my pantry at one point had 57 bags of Miss Jalapeno chips. So I stopped buying it.
Which one do you like? Barbecue.
I like all the other ones. I like barbecue.
Oh, that barbecue.
Salt vinegar version. I actually like all the other ones. But for some reason, I was just talking about this today. The box is mostly jalapeno. That shit is nasty. You know what I wish they did? Was the Lay's box is doing now? Watch this. The dill pickle chip.
Oh God, you like the
Lay's
dill pickle
Now we're
chip?
talking about it too.
Hell no.
Lay's was too salty for me. Lay's was always been too salty.
Dill pickles are the superior chip.
Lay's are good. I like
Yeah, Lay's are good.
Not the new ones. I don't like their new ones. They're not good.
I put a day or two ago, stay away, and I didn't know this, stay away from Pringles. Pringles are not chips. Pringles are not chips, y'all. Google it.
Yeah, I don't like Pringles.
Are not. There ain't one piece of potato in a Pringle. None. So,
No. Lay's probably like 10 years ago, they had a competition for the best new flavors, and I've never had a chip better than that chicken and water. I be looking for the chips too. Like when I go to different countries or states, I look for the chip because it was like a limited edition and they don't have them nowhere anymore. But they sell them in Japan for like $80 a bag. That's how good. What? Dead ass. Look up the chicken off the shit.
It was
eBay or
Japan?
something.
Japan?
Yeah, I remember that competition.
Is it just me or is Lay's like all the kettle cooked now? They don't sell the regular chips anymore.
yeah,
I'm not going there.
No, that's all. Yeah. They just
Yeah,
look
those
different.
yours?
The bag looks different.
No, I opened the bag and was eating. I was like, wait, this is original
picked the
greasy
wrong
ass
one.
Lay's.
I'm
That's
eating
what
it
I'm saying.
now.
You picked the
I'm eating
wrong
one.
one.
Hold on. One mic on me.
Go ahead, tip it.
I'm eating one now. Listen, yeah.
It doesn't sound.
I didn't hear you crunch. What's
I
wrong?
didn't hear no crunch either.
I didn't hear you
It
crunch.
was like eating crunch.
That's what I'm saying. It's not kettle. That's exactly. It's not kettle. That's exactly the point. It's not kettle.
Did you
Look,
swallow
it's
it?
the regular Lay's. Huh?
Did you swallow it?
No, I spit it.
Oh my
I didn't hear you swallow.
somehow, some way, it goes back to
That lady is crazy. It's that lady. That lady is crazy. The lady of the first of her name, last of her tribe. See, that lady is crazy.
Look, you hear the chip, it's a clip, but you don't swallow. I'm just saying, you don't hear it.
Oh, that's
Like chip.
I would say that.
Organica.
Wait, can I share a hazing thing that happened in my fraternity involving chips? So
Yeah, do you think?
chips. Okay, cool. So they blindfolded the pledges, and they told them that there was a box of glass that they had to walk barefoot on, but it was actually Lay's potato chips.
Yes.
And we wanted them to trust us. So we saw that everybody eventually did it, and they walked on Lay's potato chips instead. It's a little bit of a psychological. It was fucked up, actually.
But did they eat the chips up?
What's that?
Did y'all
We
make
didn't have to
them
eat them. No, just goldfish, live goldfish.
Nice.
We wanted to see who could break. We wanted to see who could break the record.
Wait, can you get sick from that?
I mean, they did. There was some vomiting.
Oh wow. No, that reminded me of school days. They put bananas in the toilet and they blindfolded the feds. Squeeze it, squish it, squish it, squeeze it. And
Yeah,
they were
that's all.
squeezing.
It's all about trust. It's only about trust. They would never have you walk on a box of piece of glass, but potato chips at a time. And you don't have to eat the live goldfish. It's just, will you break the record? That's it.
Did you just go back to school days, Divine?
Squeeze it, squish it. What's the scene, First Lady?
There was a lot of words that came before that. I remember.
Let me say something about this. It's about trust on this clubhouse space, this one right here. You all know what trust falls are, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go around and just to the people on stage who I would trust to catch me on the trust all where I would fall on the break my head. PT, every day, all day, 7 times a week. First Lady,
if you are walking lost in wonder, empty of self and mindful of reality, and suddenly you interrupt this piece to exclaim, how beautiful is this tree, how magnificent this field. You forfeit life, the intrusion of self, and the imposing of judgment separates you from reality and snares you in the net of words. Be still and know, embrace it all in silence. Be careful with words. COW gives no milk. MANURE has no stench. LOVE knows no passion. Mistake words for truth, and you exile yourself from reality. Others may follow and drink the poison of your confusion. They will die and truth will be defiled. Will said, be disciples of Aaron, loving peace and acting peacefully, loving people and draw. Pursuing fame is self-destructive. It distracts us from reality and focuses our energy on ourselves. Those who do not increase knowledge, decrease knowledge. But don't mistake knowledge for talk. One who knows acts knowingly. Fools talk, and their talk too often fools. Those who cease to learn cease to live. Life is learning, attending to reality. Anything less is the sleepwalk of death. Those who misuse knowledge shall not endure, for only reality endures. If you are not attending to reality, where are you?
If I am not for myself, who will be for me? If I am only for myself, what am I?
And if not now, when? Attend to reality diligently. Say little and do much. Receive all people with kindness. Make yourself a sage. Rely upon reality, not authority. Free yourself from crippling self-consciousness. Attend to each moment and act without hesitation. Do not tithe by guesswork. Justice is not a matter of whim. Today, you may feel generous. Tomorrow, you may feel stingy. Give what is just because it is just. I grew up among the sage. All my life I listened to their words. Yet I have found nothing better than silence. Study is not the goal. Doing is, do not mistake. Talk for action. Pity fills no stomach. Compassion builds no house. Understanding is not yet justice. Whoever multiplies words causes confusion. The truth that can be spoken is not the ultimate truth. Ultimate truth is wordless, the silence within the silence. More than the absence of speech, more than the absence of words. Ultimate truth is the seamless being in place that comes with attending to reality. The world stands upon three things: upon truth, upon peace, upon justice. Speak truth each to the other. Establish peace and render honest judgment in your gates. What is the right path for a person to follow? One that honors both self and other. Be attentive in all you do. Do not judge one deed small and another virtuous. Even if virtue is costly, avoid sin. Even if sin is profitable, remember three things and you will not err. If you wouldn't be shared, perhaps they shouldn't be spoken. Act with attention, for all your deeds have consequence. The world stands study, engaged in good work. One forgets selfish desire. Learning without labor is barren. It does nothing to better the world. Labor without learning is empty. It does nothing to enlighten the world. If employed by the community, labor for the people and not for power. If you carry on the good work of your predecessors, their merit will sustain you. Their righteousness will endure through you, and you will be credited with great success, as if you had accomplished the task alone. Be wary of those in power, for their friendship is often a matter of convenience. They appear as friends when it suits them, but they will not stand by you in time of need. Desire only that which has already been given. Want only that which you already have. As a river empties into the ocean, empty yourself into reality. When you are empty already, you are filled with compassion, desiring justice. When you desire only justice, the will of reality becomes your will. When you are filled with compassion, there is no self to oppose. Tao can be talked about, but not the eternal Tao. Names can be named, but not the eternal name. As the origin of heaven and earth, it is nameless. As the
other. Difficult and easy complement each other. Long and short exist each other. Voice and sound harmonize each other. And spreads his teaching without talking. He denies nothing to the teeming. He accomplishes his task but does not dwell upon it. And yet it is just because he can ever take it away from him. As always manifest, we should look at its outer aspects. These two flow from the same source, not differently named, and both are called mysteries. The mystery of mysteries is the door of all essence. By not exalting the talent, he will cause the people to cease from rivalry and contention. By not prizing goods hard to get, you will cause the people to cease from robbing on the stealing. By not displaying what is desirable, you will cause the people's hearts to remain undisturbed. Therefore, this age's way of governing begins by emptying the heart of desires, filling the belly with food, weakening the ambitions, toughening the bonds. In this way, he will cause the people to remain without knowledge and without desire, and prevent the knowing ones from any ado. Practice your and everything will be in order. The tower is like an empty bowl, which in being used can never be filled up fathomless. It seems to be the origin of all things. It blunts all sharp edges, it unties all tangles, it harmonizes all lights, it unites the world into one whole hidden within the deeps. Yet it seems to exist forever. To be the common ancestor of all, the father of things. Heaven and earth is not sentimental. It treats all things as strongholds. The sage is not sentimental. He treats all his people as strongholds between heaven and earth. There seems to be Inexhaustible. Not the eternal tower. Earth, it is nameless. As the mother of all things, it is nameable. So, as ever hidden, we should look at its inner essence. When all the world recognizes beauty as beauty, this in itself is ugliness. When all the world recognizes good as good, this in itself is evil. Indeed, the hidden and the manifest give birth to each other. Difficult and easy complement each other. Long and short exhibit each other. High and low set measure to each other. Voice and sound harmonize each other. Back and front follow each other. Therefore, the sage manages his affairs without ado and spreads his teaching without talking. He denies nothing to the teaching things. He rears them, but lays no claim to them. He does his work, but sets no store by it. He accomplishes his task, but does not dwell upon it. And yet, it is just because he does not dwell on it that nobody can ever take it away from him. As always manifest, we should look at its outer aspects. These two flow from the same source, though differently named, and both are called mysteries. The mystery of mysteries is the door of all essence. By not exalting the talented, you will cause the people to cease from rivalry and contention. By not prizing goods hard to get, you will cause the people to cease from robbing and stealing. By not displaying what is desirable, you will cause the people's hearts to remain undisturbed. Therefore, the sage of food, weakening the ambitions, toughening the bones. In this way, he will cause the people to remain without knowledge and without desire, and prevent the knowing ones from any ado. Practice not. The tower's like it blunts all sharp edges, it unties all tangles, it harmonizes all lights, it unites the world into one whole hidden in the deeps, yet seems to exist forever. I do not know whose child it is. It seems to be the common ancestor of all, the father of things. Heaven and earth is not sentimental. It treats all things as straw dogs. The sage is not sentimental. He treats all his people as straw dogs between heaven and earth. There seems to be a bellows. It is empty, and yet it is inexhaustible. The more it works, the more comes out of it. No amount of words can fathom it. Better look for it within you. The spirit of the fountain dies not. It is called the mysterious feminine. The doorway of the mysterious feminine is called the root of heaven and earth. Lingering like gossamer is only a hint of existence, and yet when you draw upon it, it is inexhaustible. Heaven lasts long and earth abides. What is the secret of their durability? As for holding to fullness, for their words of stopping time, keep on beating and sharpening a sword, and the edge cannot.
Then you're more obligated or more obliged to you guys keep saying, oh, you need this book and you need this God, and all of a sudden all your problems are fixed when you guys are the ones sending them up. And it makes it look even worse, because at least with atheists, we don't have a book, we don't have a God, we don't have anything. So that kind of gives you fear God, God-fearing, all this. You don't fear him enough because every day you guys wake up and said, fuck what he wants me to do. I'm going to do what the fuck I want anyway.
They all seem to forget that being a Christian is a matter of will, not just saying or professing.
Right.
You know, it's a lot more than that. But again, there are a lot of atheists who still operate under a more Christian framework, even more so than, self-proclaimed Christians do.
Yep.
Right? And Sig knows this. Sig understands what the Bible teaches when it comes to traditional marriage and the roles of men and women when it comes to religion. It's but like you said, most Christians don't really abide by that. And in fact, I've come across many so-called Christian conservative women who are no different than left-wing feminists when it comes to these conversations.
What
happened today? What was it, Massachusetts, or was that yesterday? I can't remember. I just read the article. It popped up on my feed. Massachusetts women all gathered around the sign in a law to extend abortion up to birth. And they all clapped and cheered. And then you're sitting there going, And they're like, all Christian women, they go to the church, and they're all clapping and shaking. And I'm sitting there going, your dogma doesn't really fucking, it just doesn't match. I personally don't think the government should be regulating your body, period. But overall, you can't cheer for that. That's just, it just strikes me as weird. And then you had to turn around and have one of your famous libtard fucking feminists sitting there on a fucking show trying to freeze her eggs. Oh my God, someone make an omelet out of those. But I mean, fuck. At this point, I don't understand you guys. I really don't. You women are a lot different from when I was a young man in the world. You guys just have flipped shit around.
I was going to say too, and I'll give you some more evidence. What you're saying to Taurus is bullshit. I'm an atheist. Free's an atheist. I don't think Viking. I think Viking's a pagan. He's not an atheist, but he's a pagan. But he doesn't subscribe to Christianity at all. And yet we all preach, for the last 5 years, have been preaching about nuclear families and the benefits and values of a husband and wife together raising kids and marriage. And Brad was married for umpteen years. I was married for umpteen years. Free is more than happy to find a wife and be married. And so again, you have three non-believers here who are pushing for nuclear families and doing things the traditional way in two-parent households. When you actually break it down, it doesn't make any sense. It's just not true, man.
It sounds like your atheism is driving you crazy. The point that I'm making is that those things that you just said, that you and Free, these values that you picked up are moral issues for Christians, whether they're doing it or not. So mimicking who?
We're not mimicking anybody. What we're doing is we're seeing that there's evidence that shows in Buddhist communities, it doesn't matter what your God is or what your religion is. When you have two parents in a household raising kids together conducively, you get better results. It doesn't take a rocket scientist. You're in atheist, non-believing segment or a believing segment, and pick your God, pick a God, any God, you still see the same results. So we're not mimicking anybody. We're just going off the data that's been presented since the beginning of fucking.
Not only that, it's also natural too. I mean, you see this in other primates, right, and most mammals. So it's usually the parents take care of their children for survival. It's just innate in our nature for the most part. So it's not like something that has to be taught. And to be fair, most religions are essentially men teaching philosophy, basically. I mean, they cover it up with the authority aspect of a God character, but it's basically men throughout all of history just implementing the ideas of philosophy, the way they see the world, and the way they think the world should operate. Some of those things we agree with, some of those things we don't agree with. And we're literally what we want to see the world to be, which is perfectly fine. I don't need the Bible for that, but for the fact I was raised up with the Bible, you, like I, like the rest of us, we're picking and choosing the way we see the world because we have a particular view or a recipe of what we think will make the better environment for everybody. So yeah, that's it.
Yeah, bro. My kids were never, this is anecdotal, but my kids were never raised in the church. The conversation I had about religion with my kids, hey, that's your personal journey. You figure it out. They don't even know the deep dives of Christianity or any other religion. They just wake up, use common sense, do what's right, observe the world around them and say, hey, when people do this, bad things happen. When people do this, good things happen. So I'm going to stick with doing the good things because I see better results come from it. So, again, man, it's a farce, man. Sorry you guys fell for it, but it's just not true.
To the bear topic, who brought that up? The bear, white man, black man, basically, man.
Retarded ass being. She'd rather gravitate towards a bear than a white man in the woods.
Oh Jesus!
Because the white man so evil is gonna hurt her. And Winnie the Pooh's just gonna take her in with open arms and have deep discussions about her begonias.
Right. Did you hear about the story with a white woman? I think last year shoot off the bear. That was like she was camping out or whatever from a hike. She shoot him off the first time, and the second time he came, like the bear kicked in, like, oh, wait a second, what the fuck? So he came back, so he killed him. And there's tons of stories like that too. So listen, those types of things that this white guy came up with, the one who did the shit about a year or so ago, with this, it's just stupid shit to kind of drive more division between us. Just dumb shit. Statistically speaking, humans kill bears more. Like, yeah, statistically speaking, humans kill humans more than any fucking thing. That's dumb. Hey, if you were stranded out in the middle of the ocean, would you rather come across another person that's, just stranded with
a white male? And
physically speaking, clearly you want to be with another fucking human because the other thing is not going to help you. Now, there's stories of people being helped by actual whales, but not by sharks. So any other fucking animal in the world, you want to come out another human, and then second to that, probably another number, whether it's dolphins and whales, etc. Because statistically speaking, they don't fuck with us. But the bottom line is, it's just dumb reasoning to try to bring up an obvious non-point. Because if we lived around bears, and I know you do, Viking, if most of us live around bears, we probably have more interaction with bears that would likely be fatal. Okay, and especially with grizzlies. Black bears, you probably fight them off. Grizzly, you getting fucked up. Billy rednecks or a pack of wolves. I'm black. I think I don't take my chance with fucking hillbillies. The wolves might just eat me at some point. Or I grew up not fucking speaking English and take, just go around in my own shit. Like, just stupid fucking logic. Yeah, it's not great, but it's still a better option. So, last thing I'll say on this. All these women are walking past all these men, even in groups like me. Because statistically speaking, out of all the times these individual women encounter all these men, whether collectively or individually, there is no bad interactions. So statistically speaking, you're clearly safer around men than any other fucking creature. Well, you're going to use some... Go ahead.
Yeah, free. It reminds me of the Jim Bro Ho videos that you see online. You know how, like, when you go to the gym and you always have one of these fucking girls setting up their fucking cell phone, trying to pump it up on weights, and then you're like, you're kind of like, they're in your fucking view, and they're like, oh, you're watching me, and it's like, I have nowhere else to fucking look, and plus you got this fucking ridiculous outfit on that has half your ass hanging out. Of course I'm gonna fucking look. Like, if you didn't want to go to women's gym or stay fucking home or wear fucking sweatpants, like, I don't know what the fuck you're doing. And then you're doing a stupid TikTok dance on a machine that I'm waiting for, and you think somehow or another I need to do it, which is why I hate fucking gyms, is because, A, I thought the guys that pose in the mirror and fucking spend 30 minutes doing that, taking videos, was fucking lame as fuck. Like, you can't imagine what I think when I see some fucking girl sitting there trying to pull her fucking yoga bra down over her fucking nipples and try to go, oh, look at these guys are staring at me. Yes, because you're flashing us, because we're looking at you as if you're stuck on stupid. And the same thing hiking. Like, the number one thing I told everybody, free, I hike a lot. The one thing we ask when we pass by people, if we see you're struggling, do you have water? Like, do you have enough water? Especially if I'm going out and you're going in, because I'll give you what water I have if I'm leaving the area. I'll make sure that you do, because I've seen and ran into people like that. Or I say hi and move on. But nobody fucking, I've never encountered absolutely any of this shit. In fact, generally, the women come up to the men while we're hiking. Like, we were out in the woods, we don't want to fucking talk to you, and you still find a way to try to intrude on our solitude.
Yeah, and that's the thing about it. That's one of the elephants in the room, so to speak, is that the human can help you. If you come across, if you're stranded because of primitive, you're lost in the woods or whatever, yeah, the human will help you. Even if it's a shitty human, you should have a better chance than this thing they have for men, essentially. That's what it is. That's the whole goal. Like, well, man, do all this stupid shit like a bitch. All right, try go walk in the area where bears are known to be and see how that fucking turns out.
Just live in a fucking suburb. You're not in bear fucking country. You live in a town.
Right.
It's not bear country. Like, yes, bears may walk through your neighborhood from time to time. Like, fuck. Just the other day, I walked past an outcropping, and up above, on the shelf there, tucked away, was nothing more than a mountain lion. And I'm like, God, fuck, please don't jump out. And you're like, all right, what do I have on me? I'm not using mace because this is going to be real close. Let me grab that knife out and let's see. Because I know I'm probably going to get one shot off and drop it and have to fight with my hand. So, like, I don't know.
Oh, speaking of, just last week, a woman was eaten and killed by a mountain lion. Yeah, they had to fucking put it down, and they had to put out another one that was nearby, which they wasn't sure if that was actually, while they was looking for her remains, there was another one stalking the guys that was looking for her remains. They was following them, so they had to put that fucker down. So, that their daughter was coming over, definitely around men, for the most part, but not animals. And when you are by yourselves, you get fucked up. Y'all can look online right now, see camera footage of men in the woods with their fucking GoPros, and a mountain lion is stalking them, a bear is stalking them, all types of shit. And then in the case of women survive too, where the bears are stalking them, whatever. But a lot of times, that shit ain't fucking, like, the reason why we can walk outside in most of our areas and just go to the stress on routine, and that's mostly men. So all the things that all the disdain they have towards men, they have to also in the same breath give us praise, because the safety and comfort they have is due to men creating an environment to where they don't have to worry about those threats routinely. So yeah, this shit is annoying.
Female logic, man.
Like I said, I tell you all the time, I don't even like talking about this type of shit because it gets redundant and stupid. It's like the obvious, but this whole victim thing, like, woe is me and fighting against the oppressor, punching up bullshit, it provokes us to defend ourselves by just, jogging the memory, like, hey, you know why you're here, right? You know why you have these freedoms and these privileges in life? Yeah, but 100 years ago, you wouldn't be able to do none of this shit. You couldn't just sit on TikTok all day or talk shit about eating everybody. You can just put on makeup because half the shit that you use didn't exist. Like, you're fucking privileged to be alive at this point in time in all of human history. Enjoy it. Stop bitching. Like, find something productive to do. Stop talking shit all the time.
Bro, just the fact they don't have to worry about men from other societies raping them and dragging them off to procreate to make their fucking lineage bigger, bro. You don't have to fucking worry about this shit, man. It's just crazy. Yeah, fucking crazy, man. I wish time machines were a thing, man, so we could send some of these women back so they can realize how good they fucking have it now, bro. I mean, shit, even today, you go out to fucking, go out to fucking Congo and shit, man. What's the huts and villages and shit, like the opposing side and fucking rape, bro, and murder and shit.
Dude, when we went for that, the fucking RUF revolution in Sierra Leone, like, that shit was fucking insane, seeing the bodies stocked up on the fucking piers, women's, like, fucking decaying corpses with their breasts fucking cut off and fucking their vaginas hacked open, kids, like, split, like, just, like, I think a lot of people just don't understand how the world really works and, what's going on, and saying, like, oh, one race, I'm, absolutely 100%, like, no. And like I said, most of us people that, like, have to volunteer to come save you out in the wilderness or come out during a flood or do sweating, like, I have 6 packs here ready to go, depending on the scenario that exists, although I could get rid of 2 of these because these are for cold. But these packs are set up so that I can just grab one and go based on the environment and the current conditions that I'm going to be going into, and going ahead and trying to go track you down in the wilderness, cut and sign, and doing all of that is a pain in the ass. And you're going to sit there and say, you know what? I don't want your help. I'll trust the bear. Well, go pet the fluffy cow. Go have fun. Go do that shit, because I can promise you, it ain't gonna end well. And for the bear attacks, most of them do run away. Yeah, if you make enough noise and do this stuff. But you surprise a bear, and the question was asked, you're face to face with a bear or a white man, which one would you choose? Face to face, I'm sorry, I take the white man. Like, I still don't get it. I would take fucking Marilyn Manson over the fucking bear. At least I know I got a shot against Marilyn Manson, not a fucking bear. I don't think I can stack that shit. It's fucking weird.
And since you are putting here as your role model, you are facing more love this attitude. Or is your enemy?
Man, you gotta translate.
Please.
Cotton out your mouth, bro. Cotton ball out your mouth.
You're right.
Your enemy.
Yeah, that's how you sound, Peter. Seriously, not trying to like blast you, bro, but you gotta learn how to articulate a little bit better, bro.
Okay, let me articulate. Is Mullah your enemy, Rocky?
Is who your enemy? What did you say?
Mullah.
You're lonely hole.
Mullah. Islamic regime.
Are they my enemy? Is that what you're asking me?
Yes.
Today? Like now? No. I mean, I don't fucking know. What is today? Tuesday? Like, maybe? Like,
On Thursdays. Only on Thursday.
Enemy, and you see that if somebody is the enemy of a beer, they don't assign.
I thought he was talking about beer, but I think he said bear now.
Would you rather take a beer or beer, Holly?
I'll take a beer. I've got one right now.
Fucking hey, I'm drinking Guinness right now. I mean, I've worked from home today. I've been good.
I'm drinking a shitty Coors Light.
See, there you go. Fucking Wayman Jesus. It's like a fucking horse pissed in a can and said, here, it's Rocky Mountain Fresh.
Yeah, Coors Light is like drinking fucking tap water, bro.
I don't know why I have this. I don't know where it came from.
So you confess to yourself that Mullah is going to be buried if you can't be your task.
No, I confess this, Peter. I will make fucking more sins. In fact, I'm going to try to break the record. I want Geneva Conventions to be renamed the Viking Bread Conventions, where they're like, listen, there are levels to this shit, and before we go to the Viking level, we want to make sure we have rules engaged on here. So yes, I'm going to reach that status one day.
I hope that you reach that status together and stand on the Mullah's grave. Oh, you want to dance?
Hey, Sid, I got a crazy question for you.
When prepared chorus music for
I just wonder what you think about this. The question came from another room. If you were to go out on a boat and come across an island that had no civilization in it, and the island was populated by women, would they be wearing clothes?
Not by the time I got done conquering the island.
That's the best response.
That's cool.
You're getting raped. They're raping everybody out there.
Right. You get some penis. Everybody gets penis.
Do you think the women would have made themselves clothes? Do you believe that?
I don't know. I don't think
I
they'd
don't
have
think
the.
so.
Yeah, I don't think they'd have the wherewithal.
Only if they get their nipples burnt in the sunshine.
I mean, look, we had the infamous men versus women on the Bear Grylls Island, and we saw women couldn't even do shit. They couldn't even take care of the bare bone basics of survival, bro. They contaminated their own water. The two little piglets that were supposed to be their source of food, they ended up turning into pets and shit. You know,
Wait, is that the one where they drank like shit out of their water when they contaminated it because they what it's not covered is where they went to the like bathroom and shit, and it was like wet water source.
They took a shit in a bathroom in their water canisters because I guess they didn't want to something about contaminated something or whatever. So they thought it'd be a good idea to put their feces in their water supply container. So the actual off-camera crew had to come in and like clean it out and shit, sanitize it for them because they would have fucking dehydrated to death.
Do not drink brown water.
Tell the women that they didn't get the memo, Joe B.
So the bigger question was, do women dress for men? That's what kind of brought that question to fruition. Does the average woman dress for a man?
Yes. Yes, absolutely.
I don't know. That's a tough one. Because when I get dressed, like, I like to feel like, feeling pretty makes me just feel like awake and alive and like ready for the day, like confidence. But I don't really think of like, are the guys gonna think I look hot?
Even though you're married, like you have a family and everything like that, but biologically and subconsciously and evolutionarily, that's why you guys get dolled up because your beauty is the number one attraction trigger to gain a man. That's how you get men knocking on your door. So that was
do it in the wild, for you, Hype. Look, like I will tell you this, like the amount of shit clothing I see women wear, like I'll go out there and I have like, Silver Ridge pants or Fall Raven fucking pants that are there, and I'll have the wool socks tucked in on the outside with my pants tucked in because I don't like fucking ticks. You guys go out there in yoga shorts that are like giving you the utmost wedgie with a whale tail sticking out of it, and this like little strip out there, and then you're swatting all these bugs, and I'm looking at you as you're trying to like walk by with your like little Powerade and hip walk and your hookahs, and you're sitting there and all of your legs are covered with ticks, and I can see that sitting in there, and I'm like, yep, you're a Lyme disease death waiting to happen. And I just keep it walking. And what's really fantastic is when you guys do it in the fall and the temperature drops below like 40 degrees at night, and you guys are sitting there shivering because you didn't bring base layers or any additional layers, and you're freezing to death, and then you got to go out there and grab you by your fucking blonde hair and fucking try to pull you out of some fucking rock crevice or tree root that you tried to crawl into instead of staying put when you got lost. And go ahead and save you some fashion. Go look at the women's outfits. Go out into the wilderness, go on a trail, and go watch what women wear, and you're just like, yeah, this is why men are explorers.
Well, think about the things you guys prioritize when you dress. Makeup, right? Your whole MO to dressing is to make yourself look younger. Why do you make yourself younger? It's because younger is attractive to men. So like I said, this is ingrained in your guys' DNA. You guys do a lot of shit you don't even realize why, the evolutionary factor and the mating strategy factor that's behind it. So, push-up bras, you make your breasts look more robust. Why? Because historically, when men see women with bigger supple breasts, that's a biological indicator that, hey, she's got enough food supply to keep my offspring young. Like she can develop milk very well, right? And that's going to be better for keeping my children alive, for them to breastfeed. The wide hips, men go for wider hips. That's why you guys wear things that slim your waist down, and you guys wear certain stripe patterns and stuff to give the effect that you have a thinner waist with wider hips, because we understand the wider hips a woman has, she's got a better probability of successfully bearing children, right? That aren't going to die or having birth complications, shit like that. Your high heels. Reason why you guys like to wear heels is because it makes you look taller. So if you look taller, then you're going to be able to attract a man that's taller than what you really are. And a taller man is conducive to being more successful surviving out in the world. So if you add an extra 3 inches to your fucking height, okay, boom, instead of only qualifying for a man that's, 5'10", you add an extra 3 inches to your height. Now you get a guy that's 6'1", right? Because you're going to be looking like you're towering over the shorter guys. So it's all mating strategy, man. It's all evolutionary mating strategy.
I don't know. I mean, sometimes I purposely do the opposite of what you just said. And then sometimes I wear things that I know, I'm like, I look good. I'm like really in fashion. And then my husband's like, what are you wearing? Like, what is that? And I'm like, you don't know fashion. Oh, yes, he does. And I'm just like, you don't know. And I don't care. I'm still wearing it.
Yeah, but that feeling of joy and that feeling of, I I'm looking good. I know I look good, therefore my odds of attracting men are higher, right? So that's, again, that euphoria you get, even though you're married, you're not trying to attract outside men, whatever, you're doing it because, quote unquote, it makes you feel better. Well, that euphoria you get is your inner biological working saying, hey, I've got a better chance of attracting men at this point. When I'm just like,
it's an interesting theory. You could be right, but I also
I am
wonder.
right. It's 100% right.
But it's theoretical, like, because you could also say, I could sit here and say, well, it's an evolutionary thing that women want to compete with other women, and you're going to say, for the men. But what if it's just we like the high we feel that when we look better than the other woman in the room, or, you know,
yeah, because the chances are higher of getting a man.
Even the women.
Yeah, you're doing it for attention first and foremost. So,
Sure,
like, you get your gratification there. But then, secondly, when it depends on the environment. If I'm taking you out to dinner, absolutely. A ballroom, yes, absolutely. We're going to a ballet, an opera, or a play, yes, absolutely, 100%. We'll get the limo and everything. However, if I'm taking you into the mountains, that is not the time to sit there and worry about the 20 pounds of makeup and shit like this. Because the last thing, first, somehow or another, you convinced me to take you into the field, which is really difficult to do because I find it annoying to take women with me. Secondly, you are now going to slow me down or cause issues because you're worried about your looks, and I have to now worry about your survival along with mine while maintaining absolutely everything out there because we are literally in the wild, and the closest help we'll probably get is maybe 4 to 5 hours away, and that's by air. So, I mean, I don't know. I just wish women would like really pay attention and stop trying to be cute all the time because, like, frankly, sometimes we just like you plain. Like, I really do. Sometimes just that natural beauty kicks in. Little sweat on the forehead ain't gonna kill you. They don't care if you're huffing and puffing. You're trying. I'll concede that. But if you're doing it because you're like, oh, look at my ass, look at my tits, look at my face, look at how my makeup is so perfect. Hold on a moment. Let me make sure I touch all this up behind a tree. I don't know. I just find it annoying.
Well, that's a certain type of girl. You know, there's a lot of us, myself included, we know how to conduct ourselves when it comes to camping and adventure activities. We're not putting on I don't even wear makeup when I do that type of thing. You would have loved me this weekend. I was looking like shit all weekend camping. So you would have loved it.
We ain't saying want y'all looking like shit. Nah, come on.
I mean,
we don't mind a little pain, but we don't want you looking like shit. Come on.
After your third or fourth day where all you've had to clean yourself up in is either creek water, maybe a couple of bar soap if you brought it down, or a couple slivers in a tic-tac case that you use that just kind of pummel it out of your hand. I mean, you're kind of like, you're going to smell like ass too. Like,
I did brush my teeth. I did brush my teeth.
I mean, I'm not asking you to sit there and swallow the long pole because I'm sure as hell not going to go muff diving between your legs after 4 days in 100 weather hiking it up. I'm not looking to see
Oh my god. My father-in-law's next to me listening to this.
He's probably agreeing with me. I mean, I'm just saying.
Yeah, but
do not tell him the next time he comes to Houston, he'll have a bottle of bourbon waiting with his name on it.
Yeah, he's actually from, what town are you from again? Lufkin? Mm-hmm. Lufkin, Texas, yeah. He's deep south Texas. If you listen to him, he talks like this.
My family's from Lufkin, Texas.
Oh, is that right? Oh my gosh, yeah. That's where my husband's family is all originated from. But they moved to North Georgia when my husband was little.
Acadocious.
Yeah,
but I mean, who gives a shit? Like, how? Like, I mean, at some point after what, day 2, maybe the morning of day 3 is about the extent you can go. After eating all that fucking trail food, the first thing you're going to do is spend the hour and a half behind a tree, fucking grunting and sounding like a stuck pig trying to dig your cat hole while your fucking bowels explode because you're still not used to it. Like, trust me, women. We are not wanting to, like, you know, necessarily just get, like, freaky with it out there. Maybe if we found a lake and cleaned up a little bit, or a cold stream, yeah, then it kind of gets like, you know, we're alone in the wilderness. We can do it on this rock right here. Nobody will see us. But, I mean, really? Nah, man. we're not really looking at you by day 2 with you all sweating and hiking on that trail.
It's best to take us.
Ain't no joke, Brad. Field ratchets will blow your ass up, bro. We were out that field exercise training, bro. Yo, we were shit. Like literally, you squat down, pull your drawers down, squat down, and take a shit. It's coming out liquid like you're pissing, bro. It's disgusting. Then you get a chafed asshole, man, because you ain't showered in 4 fucking days. It's
your hair is like all sticking to it. You're trying to get those fucking those little white things on it. You're like, oh, this fucking sucks. And then some guy's like, oh, look, I got the $6 bidet top on the water bottle. Yeah, sure. I'm gonna squirt down my asshole with the fucking only fresh water we have.
Hey.
Like, yeah, I want to do that shit too and waste my water, so I have to go clean other water.
Some guys that's the kink.
It's best to take us somewhere where there's at least a bathroom. I've done plenty of, off. What do you call it? Back. What do you call it? Backpack, I guess. Roughing it. But it's not ideal. It's not enjoying taking a dump in the woods. That is not enjoyable to me. But I've done it. I've sucked it up and done it many times.
Well, I'll tell you what, man. When we were in Iraq, there were times we couldn't shower because we had like a big, huge water tank in our compound, and the water trucks would come fill it up, and then we would get gravity-fed showers and shit, right? So sometimes those water trucks would get blown up en route or, stopped or seized, whatever, and we couldn't get our water delivery on time. And you're talking baby wipes and like using bottles of water to try to clean yourself. Let me tell you, to smell fish in Iraq in 130-degree weather with some of you women, oh my God, it is like the fish smell starts coming out, man. It's disgusting.
Yeah, the guy in the chat said not showering for 3 days is.
Oh,
I don't
dude,
know
shit.
what this word is.
Try it
It's
for
not
like
a
a
big deal.
fucking 10 days straight, like where all you're doing is just taking fucking water on a fucking handkerchief or like a bandana and just wiping yourself down. And that's it. And then you're carrying fucking quartered out fucking elk with you out of the mountains. Like,
Yeah, but I was just gonna say this guy. I mean, he probably isn't an outdoorsy guy, but it's really not a big deal, especially. Unless you're like in the desert, but wherever I've camped, you just go swimming. You go in the river, you splash yourself, you go for a swim. It's not a big deal. You can even bring they make so many cool things for camping. And go to REI, you see portable shower. You can see some fancy stuff to even still
yeah, but you gotta carry that shit in, and nobody can carry over 30 or 40 pounds in a bag.
Right. You gotta carry it.
Yeah, you're carrying everything bag, hanging it in a tree, fill it with fucking water from the stream, and go ahead and wash. But I mean, I don't need a shower that bad.
I just have to brush my teeth. That's number one. I mean, that's easy to bring. It's easy to brush your teeth. That's the only thing I can do.
I'll tell you what, I did find out though. I didn't know this. My buddy Marion sent me this. He runs an outdoor store, and this dipshit sent me these really tiny packaged fucking paper towels. Or what do they call it? What did you say earlier? Those moist towelette thingies, right?
The wet wipes.
But they're in almost, they look like a fucking pill. They look like an acid tablet, and you just pour water on it, and then they can balloon out. Oh, man, I'll tell you what, these are great, and they take up no space. They don't weigh a lot. You're like, oh, finally. And they get a metal container to keep them dry, or a plastic one, whichever one you want, and fucking just leave it on the bag. You can fit 15 of these things in there, and I'm like, this is fucking amazing. Thank you for the inventions of technology. Whatever black person invented that thing, I'm going to give you a heads up. Because I know.
Gotta be a black guy invented it.
Yeah,
as we learned earlier, that they're such avid outdoorsmen.
That's right, yeah. We invented that shit in ancient Egypt, ancient Sumeria. Yeah, that's ours. We'll say.
Some white guy probably stole that one, though.
Yeah. So, Brad, you can thank us. You white people can. Ali, thank us for, giving you the ability to wash your ass in the woods.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Why do black people...
You're welcome.
How come so many black people on here talk about, how, we taught you how to clean your ass? What's that about? What is that about?
I've asked this before, and I've gotten 100 different responses. Somehow or another, they think Northern Europeans didn't wash. But here's the actual true construct. First off, most African tribes, particularly sub-Saharan, they didn't go near water sources. Why? Because water sources meant death. There was a whole lot of fucking big-ass animals out there that wanted to kill you, including bugs. So you had everything from fucking malaria, tsetse flies, all these things. You had 100 snakes. You had these things called these like
hippos.
Those hippos would kill you, alligators, and then you had every predator from fucking hundreds of miles around coming in to fucking drink from these like limited water holes. So you guys didn't really bathe that way. You also didn't dig irrigation things. Were you clean? Yes, just like any other. You adapted to the own. You used sand. You used various mud and clay ingredients to help, care for your skin, protect you from the elements, use as bug repellent, all these things. The same thing happened in Europe. Like Vikings were desired because they were bathed, they were clean, they used berries, they washed, they bathed daily. Like that was one of their things, is that they were actually hygienic before encountering anybody from fucking Africa. The same thing with a lot of tribes in China, Indians, somewhat. I mean, Native Americans, various tribes did different things. It's just dependent on the region of the country. So this idea that they had to show everybody how to take a shower is just absurd. And it's just one of these things that I think the doorknob.
There's way more black supremacists on here than there are white supremacists.
Not today. I was the conquering white ape.
Yeah, there are more black supremacists on this app than white people, period.
Period.
Yeah,
I mean, some of
hate white people and all this is sad.
Yeah.
But, this is coming from being raised by a bunch of angry. This is being taught to our kids, that hey, white people they hate you, they're out to get you, they're out to keep you down, and so it develops a nasty chip on their shoulder towards whites.
Our dumbass white teacher, old fart.
Oh yeah. Beamas, it's your Beamas that are teaching the shit too, or not teaching it, but perpetuating it, keeping it going.
if I said that to you, like, I would never say that shit. Like, the things that they said, not even Pepe. Not even Pepe, dude.
Whatever.
I literally heard a guy say yesterday on here that black men should rape women that look like Holly.
Wow.
Just go out and find a woman that looks like Holly and rape her.
Oh, I get that all the time. Yeah.
Well, you should have a conversation with Bima because she believes that never would happen.
Yeah, Vima doesn't listen to us.
No shit, Joe.
This is a list of black men who came on the attic.
I know.
Yeah, you're wrong.
She wanted to target you. She specifically wanted to target, for example, to make you a skirt.
She can't do that. The only thing she could ever fucking do to me is probably sit on me. But I mean, even then, that's not gonna work.
Pocket said something wild once. I'll never forget it. She said, I feel safer living in the hood than I do in the suburbs.
That I could see.
Yeah, there's some truth to that, because and it's the same thing with light-skinned people. Like, there's this thing, the lighter your skin is in the black community, like, the more of a pass and more pedestal you get. That's why light-skinned people, they if you ask them about their life living around black people, it's going to be different than someone who's, dark-skinned person. But, yeah, white girls tend to get pedestalized in black people.
Those black girls will beat her the fuck up.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, until she puts on the lashes and the braids and pops out a couple bastard kids, and she's accepted as one of them, then they'll take her on.
Yeah. Once she becomes a degenerate, but she has to come in with she has to get a starter kit, a degenerate starter kit.
So I got to tell you this joke Gerard told me. What's the difference between black women of yesteryear and black women today?
The difference between black women yesteryear and black women today. A husband?
Nope. The lashes.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, that's dark, bro. That's a good
Oh my god.
one.
Okay, I got one. What do you tell a black man in a suit?
Hello?
You're guilty. Guilty.
Close. Will the defendant please run?
Oh, yeah.
You were...
If you are walking lost in wonder, empty of self, mindful of reality, and suddenly you interrupt this peace to expect life. The intrusion of self and the imposing of judgment, sit all in silence,
Be careful with words. COW gives no milk, and you exile yourself from reality. Others may follow and drink the poison of your confusion. They will die and truth will be defiled. Hill and Shammai received their teaching from Shemaiah and Avtalion. Hillel said, be disciples of Aaron, loving peace and acting peacefully, loving people and drawing them to reality. Pursuing fame is self-destructive. It distracts us from reality and focuses our energy. Peace, knowledge. But don't mistake knowledge for talk. One who knows acts knowingly. Fools talk and their talk too often fools. Those who cease to learn cease to live. Life is learning, attending to reality. Anything less is the sleepwalk of death. Those who misuse knowledge shall not endure, for only reality endures. If you are not attending to reality, where are you? If I am only for myself, who will be for me? If I am only for myself, what am I? And if not now, when? Attend to reality diligently, say little and do much, receive all people with kindness, make yourself a sage, rely upon reality, not authority, free yourself from crippling self-consciousness, attend to each moment and act without hesitation. Do not tithe by guesswork. Justice is not a matter of whim. Today you may feel generous. Tomorrow you may feel stingy. Give what is just because it is just. I grew up among the sages. All my life I listened to their words. Yet I have found nothing better than silence. Study is not the goal, doing is do not mistake talk for action. Pity fills no stomach, compassion builds no house, understanding is not yet justice. Whoever multiplies words causes confusion. The truth that can be spoken is not the ultimate truth. Ultimate truth is wordless. The silence within the silence. More than the absence of speech, more than the absence of words, ultimate truth is the seamless being in place that comes with attending to reality. The world stands upon three things: upon truth, upon peace, upon justice. Speak truth each to the other, establish peace, and render honest judgment in your gates. Their significance, be virtuous, even if virtue is costly. Avoid sin, even if sin is profitable. Remember three things and you will not fail. If your words shouldn't be shared, deeds have consequence. Engrossed in study, engaged in good work, one forgets selfish desire. Learning without labor is fun. It does nothing to better the world. Labor without learning is empty. It does nothing to enlighten the world. If employed by the community, labor for the people and not for power. If you carry on the good work
Your predecessors, their merit will sustain you. Their righteousness will endure through you. And you will be credited with great success, as if you had accomplished the task alone. Be wary of those in power, for their friendship is often a matter of convenience. They appear as friends when it suits them, but they will not stand by you in time of need. Desire only that which has already been given. Want only that which you already have. As a river empties into the ocean, empty yourself into reality. When you are empty into reality, you are filled with compassion, desiring only justice. When you desire only justice, the wheel of reality becomes your will. When you are filled with compassion, there is... Tao can be talked about, but not the eternal Tao. Names can be named. As the mother of all things, it is nameable. So as ever hidden, we should look at its inner essence. As always manifest, we should look at its outer aspect. Both are called mysteries. Mystery of mysteries is the door of all essence. Tao can be talked about, but not the eternal Tao. Names can be named, but not the eternal name. As the origin of heaven and earth, it is nameless. As the mother of all things, it is nameable. So as ever hidden, we should look at its inner essence. When all the world recognizes beauty as beauty, this in itself is ugliness. When all the world recognizes good as good, this in itself is evil. Indeed, the hidden and the manifest give birth to each other. Difficult and easy complement each other. Long and short exhibit each other. High and low set measure to each other. Voice and sound harmonize each other. Back and front follow each other. Therefore, the sage manages his affairs without ado, and spreads his teaching without talking. He denies nothing to the teeming things. He rears them, but lays no claim to them. He does his work, and sets no store by it. He accomplishes his task, but does not dwell upon it. And yet, it is just because he does not dwell on it that nobody can ever take it away from him. As always manifest, we should look at its outer aspects. These two
to flow from the same source, though differently named, and both are called mysteries. The mystery of mysteries is the door of innocence. By not exalting the talented, you will cause the people to cease from rivalry and contention. By not prizing goods hard to get, you will cause the people to cease from robbing and stealing. By not displaying what is desirable, you will cause the people's hearts to remain undisturbed. The sage's way of governing begins by emptying the heart of desires, filling the belly with food, weakening the ambitious way. He will cause the people to remain without knowledge and without desire, and prevent the knowing ones from any other. Practice not ado can never be filled. Ignorance or sharp edge unites the world into one whole hidden in the deeps, yet it seems to exist forever. I do not know whose child it is. It seems to be the common ancestor of all, the father of things. Heaven and earth is not sentimental. It treats all things as standards. The sage is not sentimental. He treats all his people as standards. Between heaven and earth, there seems to be a gallows. It is empty, and yet it is inaccessible. The more it works, the more comes out of it. No amount of words can fathom it. Better look for it within you. The spirit of the fountain dies not. It is called the mysterious melody. The dawning of the mysterious melody is called the root of heaven and earth. Lingering like gossamer, it has only a hint of existence, and yet when you draw upon it, it is inexhaustible. Heaven lasts long, and earth abides. What is the secret of their durability? Is it not because they do not live for themselves that they can live so long? Therefore the sage wants to remain behind, but finds himself safe and secure. Is it not because he is selfless that his self is eternal tower. Names can be named, but not the eternal name. As the origin of heaven and earth, it is nameless. As the mother of all things, it is nameless. recognizes beauty as beauty. This in itself is ugliness. When all the world recognizes good as good, this in itself is evil. Indeed, the hidden and the manifest give birth to each other. Difficult and easy complement each other. Long and short exhibit each other. High and low set measure to each other. Voice and speech manages his affairs without a door and spreads his teaching without talking. He denies nothing to the teeming things. He rears them but lays no claim to them. He does his work but sets no store by it. He accomplishes his task but does not dwell upon it. He can ever take it away from him. As always manifest, source, though differently named, and both are called mysteries. The mystery of mysteries is the door of all essence. By not exalting the talented, you will cause the people to cease from rivalry and contention. By not prizing goods hard to get, you will cause the people to cease from robbing and stealing. By not displaying what is desirable, you will cause the people's hearts to remain undisturbed. Therefore, the sage's way of governing begins by emptying the heart of desires, filling the belly with food, weakening the ambitions, toughening the bones. In this way, he will cause the people to remain without knowledge and without desire, and prevent the knowing ones from any idle. Practice non-idle, and everything will be in order. The Tao is like an empty bowl, which in being used can never be filled up fathomless. It seems to be the origin of all things. It blunts all sharp edges. It unties all tangles. It harmonizes all lights. It unites the world into one whole hidden in the deeps. Yet it seems to exist forever. Oh, the Father of things. Heaven and earth is not sentimental. It treats all fools as dogs. The sage is not sentimental. He treats all his people. Seems to be a box. It is empty, and yet it's inexhaustible. The more it works, the more comes out of it. No amount of words can find it. Better look for it within you. The spirit of the fountain dies not. It is called the mysterious feminine. The doorway of the mysterious feminine is called the root of heaven and earth. Lingering like gossamer, it is only a hint of existence. And yet, when you draw upon it, it is inexhaustible. Heaven lasts long and ever abides. What is the secret of their durability? Is it not because they do not live for themselves that they can survive? Therefore, the sage wants to remain behind. He finds himself in the heavens, reckons himself out Know how to be gentle and kind in speaking. Know how to keep your words in governing. Know how to maintain order in transacting business. Know how to be efficient in making a move. Know how to choose the right moment. If you do not strive with others, you will be free from blame.
Fill your house with light and day, and it can no longer be guarded, says Lord.
When you have done your work in keeping the spirit and the vital soul together, are you able to maintain their perfect harmony? In gathering your vital energy to attain suppleness, have you reached the state of a newborn babe? In watching and clearing your inner vision, have you purified it of all dross? In loving your people and governing your state, are you able to dispense with cleverness? Tongue can be talked about, but not the eternal tongue. Names can be named, but not the eternal name. As the origin of heaven and earth, it is nameless. As the mother of all things, it is nameable. So, as ever hidden, we should look at its inner essence.
Beauty as beauty is in itself, it is loveliness. When all the world recognizes good as good, is in itself, is
Indeed, the hidden and the manifest give birth to each other. Difficult and easy complement each other. Long and short exhibit each other. High and low set measure to each other. Voice and sound harmonize each other. Back and front follow each other. Therefore, the sage manages his affairs without ado and spreads his teaching without talking. He denies nothing to the teeming things. He rears them, but lays no claim to them. He does his work, but sets no store by it. He accomplishes his task, but does not dwell upon it. And yet, it is just because he does not dwell on it that nobody can ever take it away from him. As always manifest, we should look at its outer aspects. These two flow from the same source, though differently named, and both are called mysteries. The mystery of mysteries is the door of all essence. Be not exalting the talented, you will cause the people to cease from rivalry and contention. By not prizing goods hard to get, you will cause the people to cease from robbing and stealing. Not displaying what is desirable, you will cause the people's hearts to remain undisturbed. Therefore, the sage is weakening the ambitions, toughening the bones. In this way, he will cause the people to remain without knowledge or without desire, and prevent the knowing ones from any ado. Practice not ado, and everything will be in order. Fathomless, it seems to be the origin of all things. It blunts all sharp edges, it unties all tangles, it harmonizes all lights, it unites the world into one whole hidden in the deeps. Yet it seems to exist forever. is. It seems to be the common ancestor of all, the father of things. Heaven and earth is not sentimental. It treats all things as straw dogs. The sage is not sentimental. He treats all his people as straw dogs between heaven and earth. There seems to be a bellows. It is empty, and yet it is inexhaustible. The more it works, the more comes out of it. No amount of words can fathom it. Better look for it within you. How can be talked about, but not the eternal time. It is nameable, so as ever hidden, we should look at its inner essence. When all the world recognizes beauty as beauty, this in itself is ugliness. When all the world recognizes good as good, this in itself is evil. Indeed, the hidden and the manifest give birth to each other. Difficult and easy complement each other. Long and short exhibit each other. High and low set measure to each other. Voice and sound harmonize each other. Back and front follow each other. Therefore, the sage manages his affairs without ado and spreads his teaching without talking. He denies nothing to the teeming things. He reads them, but lays no claim to them. He does his work, but sets no store by it. He accomplishes his task, but does not dwell upon it. And yet, it is just because he does not dwell on it that nobody can ever take it away from him. As always manifest, we should look at its outer aspects. These two flow from the same source, though differently named, and both are called mysteries. The mystery of mysteries, is the door of all essence. Tao can be talked about, but not the eternal Tao. Names can be named, but not the eternal name. As the origin of heaven and earth in his nameless, as the mother of all things, it is nameable. So as ever hidden, we should look at its inner essence. When all the world recognizes beauty as beauty, this in itself is ugliness. When all the world recognizes good as good, this in itself is evil. Indeed, the hidden and the manifest give birth to each other. Difficult and easy complement each other. Long and short exhibit each other. High and low set measure to each other. Voice and sound harmonize. Living thing is his task, but does not dwell upon it. And yet it is just because he does not dwell on it that nobody can ever take it away from him. As always manifest, we should look at its outer aspects. These two flow from the same source, though differently named, and both are called mysteries. The mystery of mysteries is the door of all essence. By not exalting the talented, you will cause the people to cease from rivalry and contention. By not prizing goods hard to get, you will cause the people to cease from robbing and stealing. By not displaying what is desirable, you will cause the people's hearts to remain undisturbed. Therefore, the sage's way of governing begins by emptying the heart of desire, filling the belly with food, weakening the ambitions, toughening the bones. In this way, he will cause the people to remain without knowledge and without desire, and prevent the knowing ones from any ado. Practice non-ado, and everything will be in order. The tongue is like an empty bowl, which in being used can never be filled up. Fathomless, it seems to be the origin of all things. It blunts all sharp edges, it bends out is all tangles. It harmonizes all lights, it unites the world into one whole, hidden in the deeps, yet seems to exist forever. I do not know whose child it is. It seems to be the common ancestor of all, the father of things. Heaven and earth is not sentimental. It treats all things as straw. Dog is the sage, it is not sentimental. He treats all his people as straw dogs. Between heaven and earth, there seems to be a bellows. It is empty and yet it is inexhaustible. The more it works, the more comes out of it. No amount of words can fathom a better look for it within you. The spirit of the fountain dies now, but is called the mysterious feminine. The doorway of the mysterious feminine is called the root of heaven and earth. Lingering like gossamer, it has only a hint of existence. And yet, when you draw upon it, it is inexhaustible. Heaven lasts long and earth abides. What is the secret of their divinity? Is it not because they do not live for themselves that they can live so long? Therefore the sage wants to remain behind, but finds himself at the head of others, reckons himself out, but finds himself safe and secure. Is it not because he is selfish that his self is realized? The highest form of goodness is like water. Water knows how to benefit all things without striving within. It stays in place, is loved by all men. Therefore it comes near the town. In choosing your dwelling, know how to keep to the ground. In cultivating your mind, know how to dive in the hidden deeps. In dealing with others, know how to be gentle and kind. In speaking, know how to keep your words. In governing, know how to maintain order. In transacting business, know how to be efficient. In making moves, know how to choose the right moment. If you do not strive with others, you will be free from blame. As for holding to fullness, far better were it to stop in time. Keep on beating and sharpening a sword, and the edge cannot be preserved for long. Fill your house with gold and jade, and it can no longer be guarded. Set store by your riches, and town can be talked about, but not the eternal town. Names can be named, but not the eternal name. As the origin of heaven and earth, it is nameless. As the mother of all things, it is named. As ever hidden, beauty as beauty, this in itself is ugliness. When all the world recognizes what is.
And I'll be proud to be American when we get into the Olympics and shit.
Yeah, I will say this though.
Secretary, other than project
You know,
security.
there's also this judicial branch. They were dripping the law in it too, right? It's like a whole apparatus.
Exactly. That's what the
Yeah,
was a Supreme Court decision.
And like the executive branch had to enforce it too. Yeah. God, like.
But the British did abolish it though, so does that mean to say we get some money?
But it seems like a argument because it's like, I don't think people think that Native Americans getting reparations are rational, right? And like no one ran the logistical fucking aids when they gave them those reparations, or no one runs that argument now. So like this depends on the
essentially could happen. And to that end, I want to add to another line of thought that maybe Trump doesn't have to declare a national security, it might get challenged and not pass. But there are other national security emergencies he could declare. For example, the national oil reserve has fallen under 300 million barrels, and depending on what's happening in the Middle East, he could even start rationing oil to enough for some ideas. There are other types of emergency we could declare.
Excuse me, is this Tiger speaking or Stephen Miller? Because Those are the kind of suggestions that you would expect from Stephen Miller.
Trump may or may not issue an executive order, and he will tease, and he won't likely, if he wins, the elections were great, and if he loses, he's going to say, no, they weren't so hot. But there's other things he can do outside of the executive order that could achieve the same goals of frustrating the elections, and like Trump has this way of broadcasting what he's going to do in advance. So, like an example of Trump broadcasting or putting out a message is like before January 6th, he says, yeah, come to the Capitol, it will be wild. It will be wild. And then it was wild, and his followers did come. And, ahead of this elections, he's got a lot more aggressive activities going forward than just broadcasting potential intentions to disrupt the system. So, I put this in the post, but during his first term, and he's not been a fan of, well, he's had taken both sides on many issues, but during his first term, he put on this guy, Louis DeJoy, to oversee the mail, and Louis DeJoy went ahead and decommissioned and pulled out a lot of very expensive mail sorting equipment and had it destroyed so that it couldn't even be put back in if someone filed a lawsuit on it, because the equipment was just destroyed. And that did frustrate the people voting by mail, and I have to assume what's going on today, because some things Trump's animuses or things that he likes remain consistent. So I think there's things that he could do that would achieve his goals outside an executive order. Another thing that really has me concerned is dispatching ICE at the last minute to big cities like the one I live in, and it's a medium city, or other medium or big cities around the country, which would have a chilling effect on the vote on Democratic background or addressed voter intimidation, and might dissuade some people. And people have been altered in their activities by the ICE presence in various cities. Sometimes it's made them more defiant, and other times I think there's people that are, less courageous that just don't come out. So there's a lot of things that can be done that would achieve the Trump desired goals without necessarily going through the executive order, and he could do both because he does like to flood the zone, as Steve Bannon has pointed out, and other people have observed over the last years. That's it.
Steve Bannon. Did I misidentify Steve Bannon a minute ago? So Trump did post those exact words in a tweet on December 19th, 2020. I just fact-checked William. 18 days before the attack on the U.S. Capitol, this is what he put on then what was known as Twitter. Quote, statistically impossible to have lost the 2020 election. Big protest in D.C. on January 6th. Be there, will be wild.
I just looked it up. You're absolutely right.
By the way, William, today is the 1-year anniversary that changed things in big cities across the nation. Today is the 1-year anniversary. Do you know what it is?
I don't.
The deployment of the National Guard to
done that were pretty disruptive. Oh, by the way, most people still
Even in DC, when I was in DC with my little brother, I didn't find that stuff disruptive at all. They didn't get in my way. They didn't inhibit me. They were just extra presence. They literally didn't do anything to me. Like, you could talk to them, but like, they didn't impeach you or anything like that.
I agree with you, Marshall. When the National Guard came out during 2020, and they came out in response to protests and things like that, and they were in Philadelphia, I went and talked to them, and they were actually cordial and friendly. They had to stand their guard like a soldier at Buckingham Palace. They can't like sit there and crack too many smiles. But I talked to them, and I didn't find them threatening at that time. But I think if they were dispatched to the polling places, that would be different, and that would actually violate Pennsylvania law about the presence of law enforcement within, I think, 100 feet of a polling place. And
But the National Guard is not law enforcement.
I understand that, but
here's the thing that I believe that these tactics really are designed to do. They're designed to intimidate. Now, maybe in the case of the National Guard in Washington, D.C., it was designed to intimidate the criminals. Maybe that's what the next. They may have a threat assessment where they want to have more uniforms at the transportation hubs. Nobody's ever told me, by the way, whether the arms that they carry are loaded or not. That's a closely guarded secret, which makes me think that maybe they're not. But at any rate, it's a case of intimidation. Look, let me give you a real life example of ICE today in a community not far from where I live. So if ICE is out rounding up people who they believe are in the country legally, is that if I'm a police officer for whom there are outstanding warrants, mainly FTAs fail to appear, numbers up, like uniforms, they're quietly going into communities, looking for the guy or gal that's wanted, asking questions, knocking on doors, burning a lot of shoe leather, finding the people when they can, and arresting them. And I'm not saying that there isn't sometimes resistance and the need for aggressive measures at that moment, but that's how law enforcement handles these kinds of situations, generally speaking. I got a report from a credible source that not more than 3 miles from where I am right now, that a dozen ICE vehicles were seen screaming down the highway in a caravan. Why? Why? It's not like they were responding to a terrorist attack. Why do you have to have all these ICE agents coming to a community in the manner in which they moved into this community where there are a lot of Spanish-speaking people? And probably a lot of them are citizens, and probably a lot of them are not. And probably a lot of them who are not citizens are people who are not here documented. So legitimate targets of their operations. But why did they have to come into that community in the manner in which they did, announce their presence with such force?
I can think of 2 reasons.
Well, there's probably one reason, and it's intimidation.
And the other is, and that's the flip side of the same coin, is that it's theater, that it's putting on a performance for others not related to a legitimate law enforcement purpose, but just to...
Well, there's a legitimate law enforcement purpose, but the manner in which they do it is atypical to how law enforcement would do that.
I'm not talking about I am talking about the manner, not the legitimacy. I'm talking about the fact that putting on the lights and sirens, acting as if it's an emergency when it's not, is all for going out and getting, mostly what are supposed to be, people that are, just regular immigrants that for policy reasons are no longer wanted in this country. You don't need to go in armed help, but a lot of that is theater to send a message to intimidate. And I can't tell you exactly what the purpose of that theater is, but I've got theories.
So here's the thing, and I know I am allowing us to get off topic, and I apologize to myself as the moderator for doing so, but it's kind of hand in glove to this whole thing, and that is, they're violating state law by doing that. State law says you cannot activate your lights and sirens unless there's an actual emergency. You're not supposed to be violating traffic laws of which you are indemnified for following as a law enforcement officer, unless there is a legitimate reason to do so, i.e. an emergency. But they always claim that, well, that's the law, Steve. That's the law. But they will claim that because they are federal agents, the state law does not apply to them. That's what they will claim.
Well, you raised a lot of issues, but on the state law, there's a whole body of case law on this topic about what is or isn't an emergency. It arises under people that get injured as a result of a police chase that was not an emergency, and they sue for tort.
Well, that's a civil issue, not a criminal. I'm talking about the criminals, the actual criminal statute. Anyway, that's a little bit off topic, but you led me to the water and I drank it, William. Thank you.
It wasn't my intention, but thanks for letting me speak.
Okay, normal followed by Steve. No, normal. What's going on today? So many people come to the stage and they're not there when I call them, and I feel like I'm being ignored. And I'm very thin-skinned about these things. And I started with, I was feeling so good in the very beginning. Marcia said, "How you doing, Gary?" And I said, "I'm doing great." But now you're the third person to ignore me when I call them. Norm, please speak.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, so you got me worried that you couldn't hear me.
No, I can hear you when you open your microphone.
Well, that's a detail. So I made a point earlier to some of the people back channel. Nixon was never impeached. So it's interesting the way legends over time become accepted as truth. That's number one. Number two, Trump lost the 2020 election. I don't want to upset you or him or anybody, but he lost in 2020. And it is a quirk of his personality that he can't accept it. Even though he's probably in a much stronger position now than he would have been in 2020 term, for a variety of reasons. And this time he won the popular vote, which is quite a mandate. So now to the question, I really like what Marshall said, and I agree with him. It's enough with the frivolous impeachments. DEFCON 3, this is the ultimate recourse that we have for an elected official to be removed. I guess I also want to point out that early in his first term, he said that he thought once he won the election, the press would stop giving him a hard time, and that didn't happen. So he's surprised. And he is a combative, a belligerent kind of guy, and if you punch him, he's going to hit you back 5 times harder. And he was punched, I think, sometimes unfairly, both in the Mueller investigation, which was an exercise in absurdity, and impeachments. These were also absurdities. I mean, why do that? No, we have a loss of integrity in government on both sides of the aisle. The investigation and the 2 impeachments were done to throw mud at him, to smear him. The same thing with the Kavanaugh hearing. It was done to throw mud at him and to smear him. I even personally feel that the Stormy Daniels case was
absolutely nonsensical legal case. Again, done to smear him with each payment that he made to Michael Cohen. So Trump is capable of responding with equal or greater pettiness. That's why I list all those things, because he knows how to fight back, and if his opposition is going to fight dirty, then he's going to fight dirty right back. And I would not put it beyond him at all to. Oh, I got to put the phone down. I hope I'm not getting pulled over here. I'm not. Okay, good. All right. Stop it. He is not above pulling some sort of monkey business when it comes to the midterms. I would definitely not put it past him. Now, I didn't see the announcement, so I'm just taking it from you, Gary. So I'm just giving you my opinion. The question from the room is, Trump might declare a midterms national security. Are you asking, do we think he's capable of it? He sure is. I mean, don't forget, FDR was capable of serving, 3.5 terms, and he was capable of sacking the Supreme Court, but the popular opinion went against him. So I do think we are in a time of enormous geopolitical, global, social, political.
If you'll notice, the other side of the aisle only wants to pass.
I don't know if
Hello, everybody.
near anything is the only point I want to make.
Can y'all catch me up on the subject?
You gotta wait your turn, buddy. We
Yes, sir.
You have to wait your turn to move.
Yes, sir.
We'll get you.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Norm.
All right, just to conclude, he's capable of darn near anything, and he colors outside the lines of a little bit more than the Democratic Party. So the Democratic Party is capable of all sorts of interesting stuff that looks good on paper, that is seemingly conventional and allowable. But in fact, and I discussed this with Scott previously, we're breaking the norms. Abolishing the filibuster for judicial appointees
has nothing to do with the topic at hand.
I'm saying we're talking about breaking the norms, Gary. That's why I bring it up. And Trump is as capable of breaking the norms as the Democratic Party is, possibly more so. Let me just leave it there.
Are you a self-hating Norm?
No, I'm not. Why do you ask?
Because you said you were breaking the norms.
Oh, very funny. No, I'm not doing it. But what we're talking
Hey, Norm, on a serious note, and it's totally off topic, you reported in the chat, folks. The chat is linked above, and it's there 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on Facebook Messenger for you to participate in conversations before, during, and after our sessions here on Clubhouse. You made an announcement about a United Nations report. Not everybody reads the chat. Would you like to repeat for the folks who are listening what that UN report said?
Yeah, and this was brought up today or yesterday in the United Nations. The report made it very clear that there was no starvation in Gaza. I can leave it at that.
Thank you, Norm. I just wanted to point that out because there have been misrepresentations of the reality in that terrible conflict that become, as you said in the beginning of your discussion about this issue, truisms. But truisms don't necessarily reflect fact. Thank you, Norm. Steve, followed by Kyle.
Hey, Gary, I got one question. How do you know there was an emergency for those ICE agents?
Okay, Steve. Maybe there was. Thank you for that question. Thank you. But this is how they entered this small town and then deployed to start arresting people who are in the country illegally.
You know,
it was an obvious attempt to intimidate the community. They made their presence known. They want everybody to know that was there, and you know they like it. They like the people running. By the movie.
Did. Obviously, what I meant was that the House Judiciary Committee adopted the 3 articles of impeachment against Nixon in July '74. And that was a de facto, for people who don't know the Latin term, it means that it was a virtual impeachment.
Unless the full House votes on it, it's not
accurate description of what happened, Kyle, is that the President Nixon, was not impeached because he resigned from office before the full House could vote on the articles of impeachment that were proffered by the House Judiciary Committee. So that ended the formal impeachment process. That is historically accurate.
Okay, it's frustrating to talk because I've been interrupted so many times, but I'll keep going. So I know that. And what I'm saying is that it was a de facto impeachment because with the Judiciary Committee...
my point is it's not. Impeachment means a very... Yes, as a moderator, because you're using the word incorrectly. It's not a de facto impeachment. A de facto impeachment would mean the House held a vote. They have it. It's come out of a committee of jurisdiction, which is entirely different and means an entirely different thing in Jefferson's Rules of Order than what you're making it sound like.
Okay, if you're done there. I'll just say this. If you watch the actual proceedings of the House Judiciary Committee, the recordings, you can see how...
Listen, Marshall, correct. A de facto impeachment would be where the public official is stripped of his or her power or their authority or practical ability to govern, even though no formal legal impeachment process has taken place. The formal legal impeachment process would be de jure. De facto would be if they were able to force him to not, for example, I am the mayor, but they locked the doors to the city hall. I can't come into the city hall. I have not been removed from office, but I lost my practical ability to govern. That would be a de facto impeachment of the mayor. But if I, as a mayor, resign because I know that the city council is about to vote on whether to impeach me, then it would not be a de facto action. And I think that's what Marshall was attempting to clear up. Hard to keep people on the stage today, and I don't know why. We invite people up and they're not making it. Maybe Frank will make it, and maybe Les will make it. Frank, I see that you have made it. Frank. I'm beginning to think that it's not them falling asleep at the switch. I think there's some kind of a clubhouse problem. Les is trying to Friday at 5 o'clock New York time, so until 5 o'clock New York time tomorrow for the next edition of the Critical Thinking Forum. Everybody be safe, be well, and peace out.
He worked for Apple, and he gonna send me a link. So yeah, we can like do business calls here. I don't know, damn clubhouse. What in the hell? I'm not clicking on this link.
Capitalism is really good. I love free market, long live USA, blah blah blah. You happy with that?
No, I think there is a healthy middle ground, right? The abolition of private ownership, yeah, I'm very opposed to.
Yeah, my point was that.
Private ownership means
Communism works at the community level.
Come on. By the way, people, this is study experts. You really need to be really educated about that.
Well, why is it that you think that free will is the solution to the problem of movement? What's he really going to say?
I mean, the problem is he's a bit of a motor mouth, so it's like he has a lot that he'll spew out. But what it is like a bunch of stories, you know? Yeah. And this is what becomes frustrating for me at times. It's just like, well, you're just like doing narrativization and kind of just those stories based on the data. So it's like, yeah, you can tell me a story about how free will is related to like evil arising in the world. Right? But that's not actually a response to the argument, because what you want on the argument is to show that like you start from like perfect being theism or classical theism. I gave the argument that, okay, from this, you should have a very low expectation of evil arising in the world. And then the idea is that the only way you're going to respond, the only way your story is going to work to respond to that is if it like falls now. It's like you could add on a bunch of auxiliary hypotheses, and my argument is still correct. That like, but conditional on perfect being theism, evil is unlikely. But conditional on perfect being theism plus a bunch of other stuff, it becomes likely.
Yeah, so I mean, right, so, I mean, if he told me a Just So story, I would just say, well, that's a very nice Just So story, but what's the independent justification? And that's what I would like to see someday like him like this. And I'm not saying there couldn't be good answers, which is one reason why I want, why I think Andrew is a good target. I wouldn't expect Andrew to have something more sophisticated and more serious than the day would have.
Yeah, Detroit, I invited you out. Yeah, I don't know. Dave Coleman is like, I think his response to it is going to be one of these, like, sure, it's evidence against, but I have way more evidence in favor kind of thing.
No, but I wasn't talking about the evidence of the problem itself. I was just talking about appealing to free will as a response. Because my point is, okay, why think that free will is what accounts for it? Like, I could grant, if that was what God cared about, or if free will was good, or whatever, any of these things, I could grant that, for the sake of argument, that it could be used in the construction of the theodicy. My point is that I'm not seeing what the independent justification for thinking that's what God cares about is, because it's not clear to me that there's much on a scriptural basis for it. Now, I mean, if you're Catholic or Eastern Orthodox or Orthodox, what have you, you can just say, well, yeah, this has been a church tradition since the 2nd century. There's probably things in the Catholic catechism. There might be conciliar statements. Okay, fine. Then they wouldn't be the best arguments. Right. People for most reasons. But if you're like just a soul for Protestant, I want to see what they say. Like, I've noticed that nobody's really, well, I haven't seen it. I mean, obviously, I'm not really an Andrew Devlin, but I haven't noticed anybody put the question. Or whoever. That way. I haven't really seen it. I haven't seen that ever done. So I'd be interested to see how it's done.
Yeah. On this point of like, where does this like idea of leeway, libertarian free will come from? I agree with you. I think it's kind of fascinating.
It's not scriptural, and I mean,
Yeah.
you know, they could try to appeal to philosophical arguments, obviously.
Right.
I'm not personally don't think those are good arguments, but you know, they might. But you know, apart from that, I don't think there's any scriptural. Like if I could just pose, right, as a sola scriptura Protestant, right, say, well, I'm not really moved by the philosophical argument. So why would I think that? I'm interested to see something more
specific to a certain religious tradition. So it's like you say like classical theism or perfect being theism, like somebody could be like completely non-religious or you know. And so for me, like one of the issues is going to be like, even if something does show up in the church tradition, while that may be like independent in contention with the sola scriptura stuff, the question is still like, okay, but you know, is this expected non-perfect being theism? You know. Now, I think, you know, I'm fine with sort of granting these like independent philosophical, at least for the sake of argument, you know, these independent philosophical arguments for why you need half or leeway freedom for responsibility or something. And then I can, like for me, it's just like, yeah, but I can grant all of them, you know, and I just don't see how it hinders the argument because, again, it tells you nothing about probabilities. And what does tell you something about probabilities if you're following, you know, people like Cutter and Blue Cards and Collins and stuff, and the way they run all these arguments is like you're supposed to be able to model theism as value selection processes. You know, so like that's how you're generating expectations and probabilities. And so, you know, even if agents are free, like think about if it's like the divine conceptualist view or the complete concept monist view where God could instantiate all these different possible people. He's going to select on the value selection construal of the hypothesis. He's going to select for valuable, you know, agents and instantiate it. You know, so you would have to think he had like run out or something of good agents.
Actually, that reminds me of something else. I talked to this Nancy very briefly. I mean, basically, I just told him that I don't think he was podcast. He wanted to talk to me. I hate that. I don't have any interest in really talking to him. But I was speaking a little bit about his view, and you probably know more about it than I do. I don't like content. I was going to ask Mason about this. Because I think he was maybe the Troyer who was also. I'm just sort of curious, if you don't believe in a God of revealed, you know, a God in special revelation, what is there supposed to be any interest in establishing the hypothesis that he exists? It's a little hard for me to understand. Like if you think Jesus exists, if you think Jesus was God or Allah or this or whatever, then presumably that should be like consequential to your life in some way. But if the God of perfect being theism exists, what's supposed to turn on him? Anything? Do you have any idea?
Yeah, I mean, like you mean in like a pragmatic sense?
Yeah, like what's supposed to change? Like why is it supposed to matter that he exists? There's something wrong with it.
Yeah, like I think a lot of these people that I'm sort of I've been able to talk to a lot of them recently. Like, you know, like even people like Miles Dawkins, Joe Schmid, they're kind of all a little group actually on like Substack, from what I can tell.
Well, aren't they writing a book
from the
together?
outside?
Who's writing the book? There's a book that Matthew and Joe. I think Amos is writing. Yeah. That's right. But I don't know if they're all writing that book. I think
they all seem to
Amos
be on the same. Yeah, they seem to be on the same page about a lot. Like, he is maybe Joe. Yeah, maybe Joe is like the most.
I think Nathan. This is Nathan.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
And I think Miles, sorry, I don't know if I've told you this, but I think Miles will be on the way out. While Joe is on the way in. Well, it seems like it's getting weaker and weaker because apparently he told Dan that. According to Dan, he's like, in his newest paper, he's pretty much conceded that Dan's objection goes through, or he's very close to conceding.
Yeah, I wouldn't. So I read it. He actually sent it to me too.
Okay.
And I wouldn't say that it's like a concession on the argument. But he is saying like I think he takes that objection as like he calls it the deeper physics objection. He takes that to be like the most serious, and he thinks that. Oh right, you got feedback, Robert.
Oh, sorry.
It might be me too. Let me do this.
No, it was Robert, but
yeah.
So in that, so I don't want to say too much about it because like obviously it's not published yet or whatever, but he does admit to certain like he's there's a whole section where he's saying like I don't think there's like so basically he proposes a response to several versions of the objection that he thinks is successful against those versions, but then there's just he writes a whole section about a case that he doesn't think it works against, and so he's kind of saying like, yeah, against this, like I don't know what to say. So to some extent, yeah, he is kind of like he's like admitting defeat about that point, at least maybe in a kind of like provisional sense. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Miles left actually, because he's been we've been talking to him a bunch of levels.
Yeah. Also, for what it's worth, I'm not sure if this means anything, but this new objection. I've been talking. Miles and I are in like a custody dispute over a series of philosophers as to whether the awesome theistic evidence objection is good. And I think I've persuaded Harry and that Miles's objection doesn't work.
Is he insisting on that point about it being like compelling?
Yeah.
No matter what your priors are?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, that's a little weird.
Are you sure is that if he isn't saying that, then by calling it awesome theistic evidence is somewhat misleading. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, because it's evidence that if you were to observe it, you would be irrational not to think that theism is true. As a side note, Luke Barnes expressly says that. He goes like, if you were to observe that and you didn't think that theism is true, you're irrational. So, and Donahue says the same thing. He's like, you would be irrational. So it kind of seems like he's committed to that. But then there are two ways, obviously, of resisting that. One is to kind of have subjective Bayesianism about priors. And then the second way to resist it is to question the likelihood ratio.
Because we disagree. Detroit and I disagree about this like key point that my whole argument against fine tuning turns on. Like, makes me.
I'm not sure about all these guys. I'm not sure about Amos Warland. I think Matthew, Joe, and Miles are all kind of motivated. And Miles pretty much said as much, right? Like, I think Jason brought him in.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah,
I did.
The other day, and he more or less said, it's just, I feel like my life is a lot better believing in God than not. But what's striking about it is that even though he probably is motivated, and that probably does explain why he's accepted a lot of this reasoning, what is interesting is that he is willing to modify his position, and he's conceded a lot of points in the past year or two. And plus, even when he was in the room the other day, in Andrew's room the other day, he was, they asked him about the problem of evil, and he was just like, I really don't know what to say about it. Right? Which I thought was a very healthy response. If you could turn all this into, if you could construct an argument, if it were legitimate to construct an argument on this basis so that, you did have some good evidence, well, by the same token, right, it seems like there's going to be all this counter evidence. What are they going to say about that? Right? And people like Matthew, and to Joe's credit, I think Joe concedes this one. People like Matthew, of course, totally fucking dishonest, but he's much more motivated than they are.
What do you think about the interchange between Matthew and Lance Bush on Substack?
Well, I'm not sure I fully approve of everything that Lance has done, because I haven't followed it that closely. But I do think Matthew is dishonest, and the way that he made fun of Lance, saying, Lance is denying concepts that every 6-year-old has. Shows what a fucking dishonest piece of trash Matthew is. Why people shouldn't even bother talking.
I mean, I will say, so I know something about the history between Lance and Matthew, because I used to talk to Lance all the time. And reach for stuff. If he thinks that there's a rebuttal, it's like a chess game for him when he's debating that, where it's maybe he doesn't think a rebuttal is that good, but he's going to give it the strongest presentation he can, or this or that, And maybe he's dodgy sometimes, that's probably true. But Lance was a complete dick to him for pretty much no reason.
Well, that could be. I don't even dislike Lance. Yeah. I don't know enough about that to know. I do think Matthew is a very dishonest, distasteful individual, and so it would seem, that may not justify the way Lance treated him, because Lance may not witness that. But if you watch this thing that got uploaded a couple of days ago, Mason and Eric, and just the way that he tried to mock Mason for saying, I don't accept this concept, that's the kind of thing that really makes me despise Matthew. So I really feel like it's, he should be treated with respect.
So the Eric part, I forget exactly what Eric, what his case was against it.
So he was bringing up Stalking Horse issue, but they didn't get to fully play it out, because at some point Matthew said, well, I've talked to you for a while, so why don't I talk to some other people?
Yeah, it seemed like he was doing almost like an anime thing. I'm not sure, I saw that video, but I wasn't there, so I don't know what this event was.
Yeah, amazing.
And Eric was running Stalking Horse, and Detroit can hate saying, but I used to really like the Stalking Horse. I'm not as big of a fan of it now.
Yeah, but either way, it's just, even if you don't think the Stalking Horse is a good objection, the way that he responded was not good.
So obviously, I'm in agreement that that there are a bunch of problems with the response that he gave, but it is it seems to be the standard response is all these guys who object to the Stalking Horse say it proves too much.
No, but that wasn't what he was talking about. He didn't.
Right, and then there's
that there. Yeah, he was just
saying the exceeding likelihood stuff.
Yeah, he was talking about the exceeding likelihood stuff, and he said a lot of dumb stuff there. And of course, the dumb stuff there you could deal with, but the thing that I really didn't like was him taking a high-handed approach to Mason's objection. They're trying to mock Mason for rejecting concepts that every 6-year-old has.
Yeah, I mean,
doesn't say all kinds of, for him to say, oh well, if you're willing to say that, then you're willing to say anything, like what a fucking asshole.
Yeah, I need to go back and listen to it again. I think like potentially like there's a way of since the idea is something like even if there were some objective notion of good or stance independent notion of good, it actually is still not clear what it is.
Absolutely.
So it's kind of like it's not an unfair line of pushback against the argument to bring that up. I think.
Yeah, well, I think Detroiter has something to say about this, which Mason didn't even bring up, which is, if you're appealing to simplicity considerations, it's not really clear that you can just say perfect being or even God is perfectly good, right? And get simplicity for free. Because in fact, when we start to try to analyze what that entails, it ends up being fairly complicated. I've heard you sort of make a point on this.
Yeah, and no less complicated than like a sort of infinite array of other attributes that we could collect under as a single label that would just as equally predict anything else.
Yeah.
Right? And I don't think that space on the whole is biased towards permitting conditions. So I just don't think you gain anything by talking about a good being or a perfect being,
right?
And saying that that's simpler and so more likely.
Yeah, I was
it's going to be more likely, maybe even some hypotheses, but you're not going to get in the range of design hypotheses like an overall bias towards communication. This is something that I talked about it with Sasha a few minutes ago.
So you think? Sorry, I missed a bit of what you said. So you're saying even on theism, you think that the light permitting range is narrow, essentially, or make it?
Yeah. Sorry, even on design. Perhaps on theism is not narrow.
Oh, okay.
But my point is on design.
Yeah, do you think it's an issue? I think I tried to ask you this once at the end, but I know you're busy as hell. A lot of people who are running the stalking horse are doing it as naturalists of hypotheses.
By the way, my argument is not stalking horse. I know people did. I think it's a good response, but it's not. Anyway, we're out of time.
Yeah, that's fair. Maybe I'm being unfair by combining this two. You need to give your argument a name other than Detroiter's argument.
Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I think maybe you're conflating them some of the time. The discourse.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, in your argument where it's that could just be
forward or correct. Well, it depends, right?
Yeah.
Or it might not be. Yeah.
I try to defend this.
It's also, of course, background dependent, but
Right, and you think the semantic cases are stronger in favor of design, right?
So it depends, right? On the sort of background, we have no background on which those sorts of displays would be significant, eventually significant. They're just they could be anything, right? Once we start including in our background knowledge about language and displays like that and how those tend to get produced and yada yada yada. Once all that's in the background, or at least some of that's in the background, then of course it's going to favor bare design. To bare non-design. Sure, yeah, I think that's right.
Yeah, I mean, I feel
the right result.
Do you know Nevin's stuff about
I mean, I do.
Yeah, he thinks that you can get a bunch of conditional likelihoods basically from the a prioriters, I guess, or something like this. At least that's how I'm reading that's how I'm understanding what this view is supposed to be, but I don't know.
Well, I mean, I guess you can get some. I don't know. whatever you want, like I said, we're including the background. I don't know. I don't think you're going to get much about like language and inscriptions and stuff like that from a priori truths, but
sure, but maybe they want to say something like, so is your idea more of just like recognizing a piece of data as it even having any semantic content in the first place that comes on your background?
Of course, well, that's part of it.
Right, okay. Yeah, because that would make sense. Because it seems like if you were to say that, like, you are able to say just recognize that the data has like some kind of semantic content, then like you could say, okay, there's more of a conceptual connection with like designer intentions and semantic content than there is with like non-designer explanations of the data. You know, does that make sense? Like, it seems like maybe there's something.
Well, it depends on what we're building exactly into quote unquote semantics. What it means for something to be semantic or language or something like that. But I don't know. Yeah, once you update on something about what these sorts of symbols are, especially maybe there's a little bit of support, but really the bulk of support for design in the ATE type cases is going to be all evidence about how these things tend to get produced, right? Or what sort of things we'd expect to produce them given knowledge of language and things with communicative intent and so on, yada, yada, yada. Some minimal knowledge about what like meaning is or something like that. Maybe.
Yeah, but then it starts. So if you heard all these like arguments about
sort of evidence. Sorry, you're gonna have to update on some of that.
Yeah, but it's like you know when we're arguing about like whether claims are evidence, and there was that Matt Dillahunty versus Joe Schmidt episode, and then like you have these guys on like somebody's giving you a testimonial claim. It's not just like a abstract floating claim or whatever, you know. You have the same background before you get the claim. Like, so basically, if you were in a vacuum background where there was nothing, then you wouldn't be able to say whether something was evidence or not. In general, I guess. But like the background isn't the thing that does the evidential work. It's like you could have the same background and the neon cross doesn't show up in the stuff. You know, like the neon cross is still the evidence or something like that. So, I mean, do you think it's like incredibly significant that it depends on background? Like, because it's like
because in all cases, the fact of and degree of evidential support is background relative. So why would it be at all important to say here that like, oh, it depends in this case on the background? But in every case,
do you think they're making like that basic of an error theory with this idea, or like are they just saying it wrong, or what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I suspect there's someone like Dillahunty is something.
Oh, sorry. You went with Austin's theistic evidence. Like, it's not the Dillahunty guy. So.
Oh, well, what errors do you think?
So, like, you want to point out that, well, it's relative to the background, whether it counts as evidence. But, like, do you think, like, their point turns on that crucially? Because if it does, it just seems like they're making, like, a ridiculous point or something, you know?
Well,
like, they just forgot about that.
Either they think that it should still be evidence for the kind of minimal background that I had in mind, right? And if I say that it isn't, then they think I've gone wrong. Or they want to say, I guess that my response convinced me to saying that it wouldn't be evidence even on these more inclusive backgrounds, but that's also wrong. So I guess not sure what else could be.
What do you think about the relationship between like prior's background and like total evidence, like before updating on new evidence? Like, do you think those are all kind of the same? Because I guess background is the one you get to play with, where it's like we can do a priori thought experiments where we like restrict the background and stuff, but it seems like when they're running these Bayesian arguments, like the background is just kind of tacked in and like generating the distribution on the priors or something like that.
I'm not sure. So we're talking about background total of priors. Priors, that's but some probability assignments. Total evidence is just, I don't know, all the body of data that somebody has. And then background, yeah, you're talking about what's for some considered conditional probability, or, probability of what's, sort of, if we're implicitly conditioning on.
When they say like total evidence, it's like, I have a right, so it's like, my total evidence is like I take all the data and then I have like a distribution of evidence. When we say like we're building it into the background, it seems like we still think we can do some kind of like naive even if you imagine having a bunch of stuff on the conditional side, on the given side of the conditional probability, why think you can do it with like a big conjunction on the conditional side and you can't do it with like one thing, So it's like when people say, X is, the probability of X given theism or bare design is higher than the probability of X given bare non-design. It seems like the only way you can say anything about this is if you're able to sort, and it's with a restricted background, quote unquote, like where you're not taking a bunch of observations in as well as given, then you're just left with like, what's the kind of conceptual content of the hypothesis and how does it relate to the data?
Just something like that.
Yeah, and that's kind of what's driving me to say, like, maybe there is a case to be made that, like, if you were to recognize that something had semantic content, quote unquote, then, you could say that favors the design hypothesis. But I don't know. My worry is that if you can't say that, then the argument's too strong.
So, as I said earlier, it's going to depend on what it is to have semantic content. Like we're sort of building in that. Because depending on what that means, I mean, it might get you no closer to, it might still be irrelevant to design versus non-design, depending on what's included. It might give you a little bit, depending on how much is built in, or might not. Again, I guess I don't know how much turns on there. Actually, no, to be more strong. I think nothing turns on there.
Well, no, I'm just saying, like, so say you have your second constraint, right?
Yeah.
And the idea is that, like, you don't want that to just hold in general for anything, like, if L were to represent, like, anything you want, right? If you want to say, like, no, it's not, it doesn't, or do you think it does, like, actually hold universally across, like, whatever else?
What's already said, no, obviously.
Right. But then what sorts of things is it false for? Okay.
On what background? I guess I.
Well, wait. So would you say would you just say that, like, depending on your background, your second constraint could just be false, or?
Of course, right? I don't know, depending on what we're. I mean, that's going to be true. I think, almost no matter what we put in.
Right. I mean, I think we're just, but I don't know why why do you invoke this point about, like, it depending on the background? That's just kind of like, yeah, sure.
It'll be right.
You still defend the premise.
Because I think it's true on the relevant background in the fine-tuning case. I don't think it's true. We can consider different data and different backgrounds and ask whether it's true in those cases. And
you flip and say, no, it doesn't hold up.
Why?
Like, I understand it depends on those things, but, like, what sorts of those things would
I think, to me, it's a silly question. You observe a designer of the universe, and that's going to be more expected of design than, like, even almost independent of the background.
Sure.
I don't know. I can give you other trivial examples. I can use some less trivial ones. I don't know where the kids is, but to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just like, I would like to defend your argument. Just like, I'm trying to figure out if somebody threw this at me to say, like, okay.
What are they throwing?
Right,
Then we got to figure out what the
they're throwing
in these other cases is.
No, they're throwing.
We can try to figure it out.
It's that it proves too much of you. That's it. It's like, oh, you could just slot in anything for L. Like that's.
So we already know that. We already know that's false, right? So I don't know, like.
Right now, I'm trying to figure out. So is it just false because it depends on the background? Because that doesn't seem like the reason thing.
Well, no, it's false because it's just it's not a general fact that those conditional probabilities will satisfy my constraints no matter what data we put in, and no matter what background we have.
Sure. Like so.
You can give examples if you want, I guess, where you vary the background and or you vary the data and you get into some result. Okay.
So yes. The thing is like, okay, so the way that you defend the second constraint, right, is to say something like, well, the space is a possibility. So basically, their design tells us like almost nothing about the design,
Yeah.
And that's kind of the defense of the premise thing, right?
So of course, on what sort of background we have is also relevant. I think based on that, their design plus what we have in the background just tells us this is more or less no expectations of what sort of things or what sort of universe of the designer would make.
Right.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that I think that you're wrong about this, right? It just like does it not seem like on that same basis I could okay, instead of L I'm gonna put P, in the second constraint, and that's just gonna be arbitrary. And then I could say, look, well, it's still true because fair design doesn't tell us anything informative. So like I guess what I'm asking is like, when would it be informative?
So I feel like I just gave a case of this, but you asked me to give a case where the second constraint would be false for a piece of data on the same sort of background that we use in the fountain case.
I guess so. Yeah, yes. So.
Yes, a trivial example where you observe that there's something designed in the universe. Right? So that's a kind of trivial example where it's false. I can give less trivial ones. You can give observation where we include, just take the trivial case where we observe the facts about language and such and the ATE, right? And it's not independent of that conjunction, right? So where the data is that conjunction, the second constraint would be false. Or an analogous version of the second constraint. I mean, I could multiply other examples. I just have no idea what this is supposed to get us, though.
Yeah. So, I mean, okay. I guess if you think like you can just observe the universe being designed, then that would be fine.
Yeah, I mean, that would obviously a trivial one, but like.
I mean, I'm thinking that in most of these cases, we're thinking we can't just like straightforwardly observe that the hypothesis is true or something like that, So.
Okay, but that's still.
I'm sorry, so,
as I said, but that's
you have a non-invalid. You have like a non-invalid one.
Well, anyway, but yes, you can have less kind of, where you have like, you observe those two facts. And one was kind of writing in initial conditions, and the other was, observe things about language and such.
Okay.
Because those two things are not going to be dependent. And so the second case to be false on those things. So trivial, because recall, as I said earlier, it's going to be, the second constraint is going to be false for ATE with those things in the background, but then to having one of those conjects in the background. And so you'll get the same result. But, I don't know, I can give other examples, but again, I don't see the point of the exercise.
No, like I said, it's to try to. I'm trying to use you to give me ammo if I run your argument.
Yeah.
And the idea is like, this is kind of the objection that I'm always hearing to it, is that proves too much, you know. So the idea would be to like give reasons why. Yeah, I guess. But the response to it would be like, here are the reasons why this sort of stuff counts, and then this other stuff doesn't count, and the fine tuning data falls into that side that doesn't, like, you know, where this is, where your second constraint is true rather than false.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess like I'm more trying to work out ways of doing that rather than just like, I get the trivial examples, but then they'll just say like, okay, yeah, but like we're reasoning evidentially, we can't just like have you know, the hypothesis entail the data or just, you know, I don't know, something like that. And it's just like, yeah, I can cook up the trivial cases and I can say it depends on the background, but it still seems like you want some way to just like, you know, okay, a priori, what is the difference between bare design and bare non-design, such that, you know, they relate to observations in different ways, you know. Because it just seems like if you're defending the second constraint by saying like bare design is like, you know, basically like the possible observation spaces like overlap because, you know, you could observe anything on either hypothesis if we're excluding the like the entailing observations, you know. The distribution is the same for both of them.
You know how the second constraint would be false. So there's going to be a lot of simple observations where, yeah, the hypotheses are sort of on a par on, you know, on a really uninformative background, right? But that's largely because, yeah, I think that for those simple observations, design doesn't really predict a whole lot. Just the bare kind of design hypothesis doesn't predict really much anything. That sort of thing very big. But yeah, like another thing. Let me just do stuff.
Also, what do they want? In Venus, what's a Venus?
It's Venus.
That's good. G. Venus or Venus?
Hey, what's going on? I can't believe that there's like he just put the Sully case in his paper. there's a Sully case in the philosophical literature that's came back in. So
What is it?
he just uses my name, so it's not really a joke about me. It's just like he gives the case of a person who really trusts Fox News or something. And the person's name is Sully, and then he keeps referring back to it as the Sully.
Makes sense. Seems appropriate.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. You gotta put your friends' names in your philosophy papers, Victoria, you know?
Something there. Something there.
Are you working on anything now for like publication, or are you like taking a break?
Sort of working on that Andrew Loke response thing. I mean, it's kind of dumb.
Is it definitism stuff?
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
I mean, so
it was funny when Malpass came in and he was like talking about all this, like it's like nobody, it's like all these people there. It's like, yeah, actually, no one here disagrees. It does seem like a fairly. Like, is Rasmussen still on that train too? Because I feel like he's like he's like a heavier hitter than
Oh. I thought about that because I was looking at blog posts with reply to that and saying, I totally forgot about that. I gotta finish that. I could see it. He had made this.
I don't. Where did he? Is that a paper or is it like a blog post?
Just a blog post.
Yeah. He's a strange fellow, Rasmussen. Like he's such a smart guy.
Yeah.
But his arguments are so bad.
Yeah.
That one that they used in that Coons paper about the skeptical PSR stuff. Oh my god, it's the count. He calls it the counting argument against physics.
Right.
Soccer. I come up here, soccer.
What a piece of shit.
No, that's cool. I mean, I like the causal fences and stuff. I guess I'm just so thoroughly convinced, and I just see all these other arguments against it as really bad now that it's like somewhat. It's a little bit boring. I'm just like, yeah, obviously.
Well, did you see Coons respond in the interview? The first time I heard him respond to the fucking Schmidt, not Gabor Schmidt.
No, is this on YouTube?
Yeah. So that, that Serbian guy, the Mania, your sister, the NZ podcast guy.
Yeah.
He was on there. They talked about a bunch of different things, but that came up at one point. And his reply was, well, he just didn't understand the argument. So I really misunderstood the argument. So I will go through the debate.
No. You should debate. Won't you just like debate?
I left a comment or a couple comments, I think, on the video about it.
Yo, look, we'll do a GoFundMe to buy you a suit, and you can go on stuff like 50 podcasts, and you can debate Rob Cooper.
So,
I mean, I do think you should. You would do probably pretty well if you had time to prepare and like practice and.
No, I do. Yeah. Especially with on this stuff.
Yeah, like you got him on the substance already, so you just need to like, practice technique or like you do flashcards or whatever the fuck Greg does. Although I don't know, is Coons like a debater even? Like, does he really debate?
Not really.
Yeah, I feel like I've mostly seen him do interviews. I feel like I've seen him do at least one debate. A while.
Yeah. Well, he had one with Graham Hoppy. Then I guess he sort of had that one with Schmid.
Okay, yeah, I think I have some of those.
The Schmid one was on the. Kind of not a good interlocutor.
Yeah, it would probably be very dry.
No, in the sense that he was.
You know that Roger got Andrew Loke into one of these calls that he does?
Oh, really?
Yeah. You could probably, debate him, and have Roger say,
No, well, that's the thing. Mason tried to set up a debate between me and Andrew Loke, and Andrew Loke declined.
Yeah, but shit, he already knows your name. Wait, he knows who you are, right? Because he's responded to you directly. Yeah.
We had 100 messages back and forth, and he's responded in print, of course he knows me.
Why didn't he want to debate you?
I don't get it either, because why would he engage in 400 responses? I mean, it seems like someone said something wrong in the internet.
Yeah.
That's like Andrew Look. I mean, if anybody says anything, he'll like write 100 million against him. He'll write 100 million replies to you. So it's like very bizarre.
It's possible that he doesn't. He's a bit concerned that in this format he won't come off as well, and then something a lot more visible.
I mean, he debated with Dan Lindbergh, but I guess that was on camera.
Yeah.
He got extra time in that debate. He was like, they had basically run out of time, and he was like, I want to keep going. And then Dan was like, yeah, I'll keep going, and then he just kept like hammering him the entire like extra period. Yeah, it's probably not going to happen on Catherine. Based on that, unfortunately. Yeah, I mean, Rasmussen seems like he would probably debate. I know he wasn't doing engagements for a while, so he had a kid.
Well, he has a debate coming up soon with Michael Hume.
Yeah. Like recently, he's been doing a lot more stuff. I've noticed. Oh yeah, I saw that Humer thing. I guess Humer's gonna run the same argument he did against Swinburne.
Yeah, they're basically it's gonna be on like the coherence of data and stuff.
Yeah, I hope Humer does a little bit of a different argument. I don't like that argument.
Rasmussen posted a video, this was a video.
I saw that.
Going over what he thought, the right objection is, and to say like, well, the infinities in the theistic case are just not of the problematic sort.
Yeah, my summary of it was like he gets on camera and says, "Hi guys, so Michael Humer and I are going to be having a debate. He recently debated Richard Swinburne. He gave this argument, and Swinburne's reply was this. And I am going to say the exact same thing that Richard Swinburne said." So, So I'm worried about it being a bit of a rehash. Although maybe Michael Humer will like have cooked up some more responses and like doesn't really bounce things off other people.
Yeah, I don't see that way. I don't know. It's possible there's people in the department that really get some of that, though. Looks like cool.
You playing chess?
No.
You making something? What do you make?
I'm making two different things. One, I was just making dough for pizzas I have at the time. And the thing I have in the oven is a rack of ribs.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
I love ribs.
I'm a big fan.
I didn't.
Those.
I had only had like shitty ribs my whole life until I was like somewhat older. It's like a relative like who's really good cook like makes ribs. And I was like, oh my god, this is what they're supposed to taste like. So then I developed an appreciation.
Well, I make a mean rib. All right, let's see what the temp is on this. I'm going for a bit. 210.
You're using Fahrenheit detergent?
Yeah.
Isn't that like sacrilegious up there?
Depends on what you're using it for.
Do you know what the
shit. I standard they use for which I don't.
Have you ever heard the imperial unit for density?
Mm-hmm.
It's like slugs per cubic foot or cubic inch or something. Like they just switch to slugs when they're doing density in here.
Okay, this is not even close. I thought it'd be closer.
Hello, Mr. K9.
Another half hour or so.
Yeah, what's up?
Not much. We're kind of at a lull. Detroit's talking about cooking stuff, so let's go.
Well, I've been reading Descartes, and I know you guys probably been read Descartes, and I wanted to ask what you think about his fifth meditation. It's about his account of essences. He has an argument for God by means of his essence, and he has an account for the essences of things, like material things, essential properties of God, for it to be about God. And that means essentially it exists, so it has to exist.
I just the logical argument.
Yeah, so
kinda, yeah.
Is it?
It's
I don't remember
similar.
that's how it goes,
It's
but
similar.
I don't think it's even deductively valid the way the court put it. I remember Sobel goes through the argument in with the confusion, and I think it shows that it's not even deductively valid.
So I put it kind of differently, but it's like the same type of argument. God would be an infinite existence. So if you have a clear and distinct idea of an infinite existence, then that idea, for it to be about infinite existence, has to have all the essential properties of infinite existence. And that kind of idea would not lack existence. And there's existence outside of you. So essentially, whatever that idea is, has to have existence outside of you. And then by other arguments,
why would the idea have to have the divine influence? Isn't the idea just something going on like mentally? Or it's just you conceiving or imagining something? Why would the idea have to have the divine attribute?
Because essentially the idea has it.
Why? I thought these are properties essential to God, not to the idea.
Well, the point is the idea wouldn't be distinct from the.
What? So the idea is, so God is something in your head?
Yeah.
Just like another concept or idea that makes it less.
Maybe if we're being charitable, he doesn't mean the idea.
Yo, my fault. Say what you were saying one more time. I'm smoking something.
Well, it can't be that the God is not distinct from the idea. Right? The idea is just something going on in your mind. It's just something you're imagining or conceiving, isn't it? That's not. So God can't be the idea. Right? It makes no sense. God is like, that's like saying God's a thought in your mind. No. If God exists, he's a different sort of being. Right?
No, I'm saying what the idea is about is identical to God. So the idea is distinct in some mode because it's the form of God in your mind. But what the idea is about is not different from what God is.
In an extensional sense, that's trivial, right? So if we're talking, but then there's a question of whether the idea is about anything essential.
Well, that's the wait. What?
But you can't derive that from the concept.
Wait, what do you mean that? So you're saying ideas aren't about things?
So
you don't want to just say something.
You have an idea about this thing, it had the
Yeah, so what's special about this thing?
It lacks no existence.
Hang on, I was talking about the idea not lacking existence?
No, it lacks no existence.
Yeah, so there's no existence which it lacks, so it has no existence.
Yeah, so if the thing, so I can, have this idea, right? Say of a maximally great being, and we can derive this thing. Then here's all the attributes that I have, right? It doesn't lack any of these things. It's infinite in these ways, whatever. Great, right? That's all fine. But you can't get that there is such a thing just from
that the idea is not about infinite existence anymore. So
no, hang on, but this, like, as I said, there's two different readings of this aboutness relation, right? You can think of it you can think of it extensionally, right? But then it's just a question of whether the thing has to exist for it to be about the thing extensionally, right? But that doesn't mean in an intentional sense you're not having an idea of a quote unquote maximally great being, right? In the same way that, you know, I can have an idea of unicorns, even if it's not about them extensionally, because there aren't any.
Well, the idea of a unicorn is about a unicorn, because a unicorn is just a composition of other ideas about things. You put those ideas of things together to make this.
So it's about a unicorn, and it's a way of speaking in this like sort of intentional sense, right? But that's the same thing is true in the mind case. Right?
Yeah, but the difference is.
But you can't infer from the fact that it's about a unicorn or that it's about a god or whatever that there actually is something with those attributes, right? In the same way that you can't infer.
So this is the point. Yeah. The idea of a unicorn is the kind of idea. It can be about a unicorn, and unicorns not be a thing outside of the idea. Okay. But the idea of God is the kind of idea that does not have that. The idea of God cannot be the idea of God and not exist outside of you because it's an infinite existence. And infinite existence lacks no existence because if it lacked existence,
that's just the same mistake. There is.
What's the mistake?
Well, first of all, the things are exactly the same in this respect, right? Because you can't say that. Oh, but the unicorn would have to exist outside because there'd have to be a horned horse or something like that.
No, I'm saying one lacks no existence. One essentially, in what it's about, cannot lack existence. So if you're saying what the idea is about is something which does not exist outside of your mind, then that idea is not about infinite existence because it's an idea about something that lacks existence.
This is the same mistake again.
That necessarily to have that idea of God, he has to exist.
No, your inference only works on the extensional reading of about, right? But I thought we agreed that you can't infer that it is about something from the concept, that it's about something in that sense.
No,
so on the intentional reading of about, you can't infer that there's something that it's about something that would lack that property. But that only makes sense if we're talking extensional.
Okay, and I'm saying this idea is an idea that you can only have with that external truth. I'm saying it's definitionally true. So when you say infinite existence, I'm saying this is what I'm okay. So I'll show you. Infinite existence is defined as an existence with no limit. Okay.
Right.
This kind of existence cannot increase. Okay. Right. If it cannot increase, then it cannot lack. You're lacking something.
Yeah. If there's something of that.
Essentially, for that idea to be an idea of infinite existence means it has existence outside of your mind also.
False. That's only true in the reading of about. Right?
No, that would mean it lacks existence if it doesn't have existence outside of your mind.
So it would. What mean? If there isn't a thing of that sort, then there isn't a thing that.
Which means it lacks existence. Which means it does not have existence. It lacks existence. Therefore, it's not infinite existence.
If there just isn't a thing of that sort, then there isn't a thing of that sort. Not a thing of that sort that like.
Okay, therefore, it's not infinite existence.
When you say it there, what are you referring to?
We just defined it, an existence with no limit.
Right, so there's a question of whether there's a thing like that, right? An existence with no limits, right? You can't infer, it just does not deductively follow from the concept of a thing with no limits that there in fact is one, right? But they could say there isn't.
Not understanding. That's not the argument. The argument is that if you have this idea, what the idea is about is the kind of thing that necessarily has existence outside of the idea also. So the what it's about is not going to be different from
Look, this
what
is the
it
same
is.
mistake that I've made like 3 or 4 times. If you mean about in an extensional sense, that's correct, right? But then it's a further assumption that it is.
I said,
if you
that
mean
means-
about in an intentional sense, then the conclusion just doesn't follow. So
Okay,
either way,
that
the
means-
conclusion doesn't follow.
That means the infinite existence is not infinite existence. And when you say you have an idea of infinite existence, you're wrong. Yes, because infinite, the idea that has attached to what it's about. And what this idea is about is something that essentially, meaning it has to have it to be this thing. So when you're saying it's about it, it has to be about this thing also, which is
When you say
something-
about there, do you mean in an intentional or extensional sense? Because I feel like you're just not understanding the problem.
Okay, it will be extended and also intentional. It's your intention attaching to God, which is outside of you.
So if what you mean there is in an extensional sense, then it's right, that if it is about something in that sense, then there would have to be something that has those attributes. But you can't infer from having the idea that it is about something in that extensional sense.
No, I'm saying it's by definition true. When you say infinite
I understand
existence,
why that's a non-separate.
okay, I'm not understanding.
Evidently.
So is anyone else understanding what he's saying?
Yeah.
Okay, explain it.
So you get this point about like unicorn versus like Apple, you know. So there's okay, you can think of it this way. There's like a rule for what would count, right? If anything, without anything counting as that, right?
But I agree with that.
Right. So you can understand what it would take to count as like God or the greatest conceivable being, you know, barring that that's like incoherent, and so on. You know, in order to count as this sort of.
You couldn't have a shoe be intrinsically identical to the infinite existence because the shoe is the type of thing that by definition lacks existence. It's a physical thing. And physical things are shapes. They by definition lack some kind of existence. They're limited existences. So when you say it's an infinite existence,
that's not relevant to the point.
The point is that an infinite existence would not lack existence, but a shoe does. So shoe is distinct from infinite existence. I think if you want to
would
have
not lack existence if it were a real thing. Right. That's like the whole point is that we're saying like, if the thing were real, if it existed,
that's not what I'm
it
saying.
would lack existence.
That's not what I'm saying. If it were real, it would lack existence. I'm saying
So like, what you're
if the
providing
idea.
here is either just, but then you're either just asserting that God exists, you know, or you're telling me the rule for what counts as God.
No, I'm saying that if you have the idea of infinite existence, this thing is not physical intrinsically. I think you can maybe have some coherent account of how it's extrinsically a shoe or something like that, but that's not necessary to the infinite existence. So I could say that's possible.
No,
for it
but
to
the
be
concept is, this is not like a normal shoe, right? Like this idea is a very special shoe, which necessarily exists in all possible, and it's eternal.
But I'm not saying because it's possible it's necessary. I'm saying for the idea to be about infinite existence, it has to be about something that exists outside of the mind.
In the essential sense of about, that's correct. But once again, it's a further assumption that it is about something in that sense. And you can't infer that from having the idea that it is.
I'm saying necessary. If you have the idea about infinite existence, that's the kind of thing which necessarily does exist outside of your mind.
Once again, that inference only makes sense on the extensional sense of about. It doesn't follow on the intentional sense. It makes sense on the extensional sense. But then you have the additional assumption that it is about something in that sense. And it doesn't follow from having the concept or the idea that it is. That's a further claim.
So you're saying that the idea is not about God?
Well, let's just ask
in an extensional sense, yeah. In the same way the idea of a unicorn is not about a unicorn in the extensional sense, because there are no unicorns for the concept to be about.
Okay, so The point is,
do you get that? Like, do you think it's like logically possible that somebody has this idea of an infinite being, or infinite existence, necessary existence, whatever, and that thing doesn't exist? Or do you think that's a contradiction?
yeah,
Okay, like why is that a contradiction?
because infinite
You just repeat the
existence.
same thing.
Because infinite existence.
Or
Because infinite cannot lack existence.
why are you supposing that we're referring to it? You
Okay,
just
so I
assume that
asked
there
you.
is a thing
So,
there.
okay,
that
so
we're referring
earlier
to.
when I asked you, okay, so earlier when I asked you, are you saying the idea is not about God? Would you answer?
I said in the extensional sense, it's not about God. In an instance, just this is a claim about the meanings.
Okay, so I'm saying what the meaning idea is not going to be distinct from what it is outside of the mind.
What? But then we're back to the whole thing about the meanings or whatever the concept is being identical to the thing, which is obviously not the case, right? Obviously, God is not an idea or concept in my mind. That's ridiculous.
He's identical to what it's about.
In an extensional sense, that will be the case. But then we're going back to the extensional reading and explain how that doesn't follow.
So you're not understanding what I'm saying.
You keep flipping back and forth between the extensional and the intentional reading of about. And either way, it doesn't follow.
Because the argument is inferring the external necessarily from the internal.
Right.
Or the intentional. Mm-hmm. That's the whole point of the argument. I understand you're saying that intentional doesn't lead to the external or extensional. Mm-hmm. But I'm saying this kind of idea necessarily does, because it's the kind of idea that lacks no existence.
The idea itself can lack existence, so it's just something going on in my head. But if we're talking about what the idea is about, it cannot lack existence, then we have to return to this what sense of about. In the essential sense, that's true, right? So you can infer that if it is about something essentially, then there has to be something that doesn't lack existence. But that's a claim that doesn't follow from the concept. I'm just going to deny that it's about something in that sense. If we're talking about the intentional sense of about, then it's just a category mistake to say that there have to be a thing that has those attributes. That just doesn't follow from it being intentional. So either way, the argument doesn't go through. I'm trying to show that like it has to be one sense of these senses of about, unless you're talking about something totally different that I don't understand. But either way, the argument just does not go through.
So when you say it's intentionally about God, that means what it's about is something that exists outside of the mind. Because
no, that's not an intentional sense of about that.
No, necessarily it is, because it's the kind of thing that doesn't.
But if we're talking about the intentional sense of aboutness, and you're not just citing facts about like what the term means and like stuff like that, then and instead you're saying like, oh, there would have to be this thing that it's about. Back to the extensional sense of about, right? So they're going to thing out there that the term anyway, right?
He's like not written it. I don't know if his phone died or something. It seemed like he was like right in the middle of something, so I imagine he didn't think. Yeah, that's a painful argument, right?
What's funny is that this is not, by far, not the first time I've been through the same point with people before.
You listen to that Malpass versus what is his name? It's like Carlo Alvaro, I think.
Yeah, that was.
It's really hard, that guy.
Yeah, that guy's not good. He also did an episode on that NC podcast as well, though I didn't bring myself to watch it.
Yeah, I've seen like a handful of interviews on that channel, so I don't like it doesn't get fed to me in my algorithm very much.
Yeah. About the most of the commercial stuff, but some related Call Hunt and
Yeah, the stuff Malpass was talking about the other day sounded like a lot of the same kind of stuff to me. I don't know, I'm like fascinated by like how many different facets are perceived to belong to this whole class. Like, hold on. the infinite countdown. Oh, it was like the why didn't you finish yesterday shit. It's like, oh.
Yeah.
I told him I do think it's just like, you know, if I tell you a countdown starts from 10, you know, and each day they say another number, and I'm like, okay, well now 11 days have passed, so have they finished? It's like, yeah, they finished, you know, finished yesterday or whatever. But basically that whole thing relies on this conditional that refers to a starting point, you know, and so it just doesn't work when there's a starting point, you know, and so it seems like they're just kind of extrapolating from those sorts of cases to the
Something like that.
Yeah, Andrew Rocco. We should try to pretend, we should give him like a fake name and you could wear a mask and stuff, you know? You can wear a mask when you debate him.
That's right.
This is Nacho Libre in the debate.
Do I have to put on an accent too?
Of course. It has to be Canadian Catholic.
Hello everybody. Welcome to the debate on that.
Oh Jesus.
Today we're going to be talking about conflict.
Somebody posted a picture where somebody had like mashed you with Canadian Catholic together. There's like,
well, there was the GGH one. There was, I guess not really a match, but like the face-off thing, you know.
Yeah. This one was like, the main picture was like you sitting in your chair, but then the face is like morphed in basically into like Canadian Catholic's face. And it's like eerie looking. Kind of looks like Leonardo DiCaprio a little bit, you know, when you see Canadians like face on like a normal person's head.
Yeah.
Like if he was in shape, he probably would have been a pretty handsome dude. Unfortunate.
Yeah.
You got into it with him over reparations. Wait, which side was Jason on? I assume on like the anti-reparations team. There's been a lot of silly nonsense going on. So much silly nonsense.
Indeed.
Do you think what do you think the over under is on like everybody goes back to this? Give it a month.
Something like that. Maybe.
What do you say?
Nah, I just said silly boys everywhere. I'm next to my girlfriend, so I can't talk much.
Oh, you're good. You're good. Like,
No,
you
got the order the wrong way around. I would need to wrestle Detroyer into debating Bloke.
Wait, I agreed to it. Mason tried to set it up and Bloke declined.
Oh, right. I tried to set it up.
Wait, did he really say that?
Wait, let me pull up the message.
That's crazy. He knows who he is. He knows who he is.
Hang on one sec.
Andrew Luck has responded to Detroyer like 500 times.
He said, I asked him this. Yeah, okay, so I actually DM'd him more than I expected, okay. He agreed that Craig lost the mail test, I think, by the way. Oh yeah, he said, does he have a PhD?
That's crazy.
Detroyer, you just need to go get one of those diploma mill PhDs so that you can stay.
Yeah. I'll do the Kent Hovind, like, Patriot Bible, whatever the fuck.
Yeah, my master's in philosophy. My PhD is in bullshitto theology.
Indeed.
Well, I don't even want to debate Andrew Loach.
Well, it'll be fun. It'd be content.
So what, like talk show material?
I have it. Maybe I could like play it. I have a debate on my laptop of Richard Carrier debating Loke.
No, please don't play that.
Oh,
Yeah, but Carrier's philosophical takes are, too wild.
Wild. Yeah.
Wild. Probably a little too wild even for you.
Yeah, even for me. Speaking of wild, yes, Sully, come to the Lydia McGrew thing tomorrow.
Oh yeah, I'll come to it. You gotta invite Dave Palmer.
Oh yeah, he's the third member of the McGrewian Trinity.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's the McGrew thing?
I host a reading group, and I'm hosting Lydia McGrew present the maximalist case for resurrection.
Oh no.
Yeah, and Draper's gonna come.
Full Draper?
Yep.
No, he wouldn't. Yeah, this was the Paul Draper joke.
Yeah.
It's a tough name. It's a tough name. It's not as bad as like Tuggy. That's a fucking horrible name.
Gail Tuggy.
Domesday, horrible name.
Oh yeah, Domesday. Yeah.
I just feel bad for some people with names like that.
Yeah, my God. Sorry. It's pretty grim.
Patrick or otherwise.
So, what do you think will be the next thing after? What do you think will be if you defeat awesome theistic evidence, Roger?
Yeah,
Like,
what's the
the next thing?
Yeah, so it's my next shtick is the argument I told you about yesterday.
I'm gonna refresh me, so I'm forgetting.
Okay, so my next shtick is skeptical reading. You kind of do a bong rip and then you try to see if your ideas are worth anything. So I run them by a few people before especially Clubhouse. But like I read it by Ryan Mullins, Matthew Viermeyer, Felipe, and Perry, and they all liked it. So I was like, okay, maybe this is promising. So I think that's the next step. Skeptical naturalism.
Yeah, it's an interesting So Detroit, what do you think about this? It's like if skeptical theism works, then skeptical naturalism works. And so you can just be a naturalist and be like, yeah, we're not in a position to think we should like I guess this is going to be a rejoinder to things like fine tuning.
It's like McGinn's. It's like you take McGinn. McGinn called it transcendental naturalism in 1993, which I think is a terrible name. And he didn't see himself as responding to theists. He was, but yeah, that's the general idea. Is like, okay, what's good for is good for gander. If you want to run skeptical theism, I could run skeptical naturalism, and if you tell me like. Explain fine-tuning, explain psychophysical harmony, explain free will, explain psychonomic harmony, I could be like, we're cognitively close to the solution, type C physicalist style.
Mm-hmm. What do you think about this, Richard?
Yeah. Well, I guess I'm not a skeptical naturalist, but I guess the people would want to, maybe they'd want to press that the skeptical theist view is more motivated or more plausible given theism than skeptical naturalism is.
But then the question is, what would justify that being more motivated, right? That doesn't rely on dubious claims about divine psychology.
Well, it might be a little dubious.
Exactly. So the thought is that either the symmetry breaker is going to rely on divine psychology, or it's not. If it relies on divine psychology, then like yikes. If the symmetry breaker doesn't rely on divine psychology, then it's going to probably be ineffective as well. Against skeptical naturalism will serve equally as an objection against skeptical theism. But plausibly, many theists are keen on preserving skeptical theism. Nagasawa thinks there is parity here, right? So if you read his paper where he compares the problem of consciousness to the problem, now if you think that, the question is how far can you push that parity? Now it's not to say that that answer is going to like persuade everyone or whatever. It's not saying that. It's saying if you already have the skeptical theist intuitions, this is a perfectly dialectically permissible move for the naturalist.
Yeah, maybe.
In the same way that, for instance, like it's a perfectly like people disagree with McGinn. Like, sure, I mean that's fine, but it's a view. Like you know, Chomsky agrees with it, and McGinn agrees with it, and Pinker agrees with it, and language, you know, whatever. But like, presumably, you can take that position. Oh my god, you know. Presumably you can take that position and like fine tuning. Like there is a solution to the fine tuning problem, maybe, but we're just cognitively close to it. And then in order to fill those details out, I'm going to talk with Graham about this tomorrow. Here's your answer. And then you notice those reasons are basically very similar to the reasons that the skeptical theists give. And it's like this deflationary answer where you're like, yeah, there's a solution, but like I'm not required to give it. So it's like almost quiet testing us in a way.
I guess
Yeah. No, I don't know. I mean, part of that seems okay, but I think there's still more to say. I think there's still more to say about the plausibility of the skeptical stance in the natural stance.
I don't think I'll ever be able to fully persuade you of anything, but if I could get you to say like, yeah, you know, there's a half of an ounce of an inch of a crumb of that's plausible, then you know what, I'll take that.
Yeah.
I mean, I think I probably lean like that if the move is meant to like get them to drop the skeptical theist stuff, then okay, now they're in the position of having to respond to like the evidence from evil, and we're still in the position of having to respond to all these other arguments and yada yada. But I mean, maybe it's a move where it's like an objection, it's framed as like an objection to skeptical theism. But I will say, like, I think maybe there are better ones.
Well, it's not an objection. I think it is. You should think that skeptical theism defeats the problem of evil, or like it's reasonable to think that it defeats the problem of evil.
Yeah, I don't.
And yeah, of course you don't agree with that. I mean, like, you know, you and I have discussed this. So if you think that,
but that's just to offer a good. They think there's a good enough motivation for skeptical theism, right? But then that, like, they're going to want to say, oh, there isn't a good enough motivation for that, but there isn't a good enough motivation for skeptical naturalism, yada yada yada.
Yeah.
But then the dispute just turns on like whether the.
Yeah, so there's where we're gonna we disagree, because like you basically have to just look at people like McGinn and Chomsky and you'd be like, yeah, no, this is like an independent, it's not an ad hoc view. Like the skeptical naturalism was a view that was developed independently of the philosophy of religion debate. It's existed since like the 80s, you know, so the idea, yeah, it's
the thing that I think like
the history of it doesn't necessarily mean it's equally neither.
Well, I don't know.
I mean, well, it's not.
I know that you were driving
in the sense that
like type C physicalism, but that has like slightly different.
Well, no, it is. If you are a type C physicalist, So Nagasawa thinks that type C physicalism and skeptical theism are basically like the same view, or like they're similar strategies.
Probably wrong about that.
but
I think what they're gonna say to you on this here is like, okay, but look, natural facts are more open to like empirical and scientific investigation than divine facts about God's moral reasons or something, right? So they're gonna say that just in virtue of that.
Yeah. So sure, I think that. I mean, I haven't. This part, I haven't.
Fully worked out.
Yeah, I don't have this fully worked out yet because it's something that like I thought of and I was like, oh wait, hang on, like, you know, you're gonna have to. Basically, it's just like if you think that McGinn's position is and Chomsky, if you think like McGinn and Chomsky, and I think Ludlow is a little bit like this as well. If you think like that group of people have like a respectable view, like it's rational to hold that view, which is a super low bar, I think, right? Then you could just be like, yeah, there might be other, quote, hard problems. And you just are Mysterian about those as well. And that's exactly what McGinn says. He's like, free will might be a hard problem. And then, like, the a priori might be a hard problem. Like, and all this other shit. And then you're like, yeah, and if you have that kind of view, which is sort of just like philosophical pessimism of a kind, at least episodically speaking, then yeah, it's at least it's a coherent view. It's defended by serious people. So yeah, I don't know. Like, I think it's not a crazy stretch.
I think it's coherent distinction. It's like so basically, you know, it's for similar reasons that you're kind of interested in. It's like the issue for me with skeptical theism is like you're cutting your own legs up. You know, so basically you're undercutting your justifications for theism in the first place in a lot of cases with skepticism. Not with every argument, but with a lot of them. And reason in these ways where like, oh, I have to make like a priori argument so many years.
Yeah, fair. So, I think I'm kind of like I'm sympathetic with Perry. I think that his version of skeptical theism is probably right. If you are a theist, I think that that's what you should go for. I think you should be a skeptical theist. I think, so there are two ways of doing this. So one is to go conditional. And the conditional way of going is just to say, like, yeah, if you find skeptical theism plausible, blah, 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 right? Is a view, then there are these like epistemic responses that are perfectly respectable against, for instance, fine-tuning that the literature has really not canvassed. So I think I would divide the literature into, and again, you know, I like this talk, I think it's useful from Hudson, people who attack the low probability premise, or people like, you know, Dan, and you know, Sober and whatnot. Well, Sober attacks the high probability premise as well, and Nunley as well. And I think that like there's this. Yeah, and then you could also attack. Yeah, okay, yeah, sure. Then you could also
essentially my response is that.
Yeah, and then, but then attacking the prior is sort of like you know, independent of the fine-tuning argument. If that makes sense. Like, I attack the prior too with my responsibility argument, technically. You know, so.
Well, but I think the point for the fine-tuning argument is that the argument, at least implicitly, requires a sort of constraint on the priors. So I'm accepting that constraint.
Oh, okay. I sort of misunderstood you. I was understanding you as saying something like the prior of theism, you know, and then I'm like, well, if you have an incoherence argument, you know, the prior of theism it's going to be zero.
So George is like a Draper low priors thing where he's saying like you have fair design and fair not design.
Oh yeah. I don't know. I don't know if You know, Oppie and I are deeply skeptical about this shit. As a side note, Miles and Oppie are going to have a discussion, I believe in November, discussing whether Bayesianism is useful in philosophy of religion. And I convinced Miles to pick that topic. He's like, what topic should I do? I was like, do this one. So there's that. But an additional thing is, I'm kind of skeptical about a lot of these Draperian moves. Like, I just don't. When he says like theories have intrinsic probabilities, I think it's very suspicious. What do you mean, like a theory has like an intrinsic probability? I don't know. It's just bizarre to me. Then again, I'm slowly becoming a Nortonian with inductive inferences. So I think that a lot of this shit is suspect, but you know.
Might be something there.
What justifies the inductive inference in a lot of cases, really it supervenes on the background facts. And there's nothing more to the inductive inference that's like doing the work in the background than the material facts of the case. So, you know, like you take a classic inductive inference, you know, something like you go from some F's or G's to all F's or G's. Okay, so some gallium melts at 86 degrees Fahrenheit, therefore all gallium melts at 86 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah, that seems like a fair inference because gallium's an element, and you know the material facts about, you know, how elements behave. It's like basically a natural kind, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, so the what justifies the inference? The material facts of the case. Okay, here's another one. Liquids melt at 86 degrees Fahrenheit. All right, like that's not right. Or no, like liquids evaporate, you know, at 80. Okay, that doesn't seem right. Or some do, therefore all do. Or like some food melts at 86 degrees Fahrenheit, therefore all the food melts at 86 degrees Fahrenheit. That inference isn't good because, you know, we know things about food that plainly seem to suggest that such inferences are mistaken. And so,
even if we didn't know those things about food, we wouldn't have the background knowledge that supports the inductive inference.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So you either don't have access to the background facts that warrant the inductive inference, or the background facts speak against such inductive inferences being valid, right? So, or being applicable, right? So it's one of the two. And what I'm thinking of that is that in a lot of these cases, you know, it kind of is like with the Bayesians, it's like you have a hammer and everything looks like a nail, but what actually justifies whether the application of Bayesianism is appropriate is whether we have access to the material facts, the domain-specific facts in the case. And in a lot of these instances, for instance, with like theism, I just don't think you do. Like, I just don't think there's nothing there that justifies the application of a particular inductive schema. And so you're just like, we're having this like false level of precision that's adding a mathematical veneer to something that really is unjustified.
Yeah, I mean, I probably agree.
Yeah, well, Norton's great. I mean, I think he's one of the best philosophers of science alive. And the material theory of induction is pretty good. I mean, like, you look at, like, for instance, like, Bayesianism is really, really good when you're, like, trying to calculate, you know, demographic statistics or, like, false positives in medical testing, or things where, like, you have numbers, like, or, like, election result stuff. Like, it's really good there because you have the facts and you just kind of, like, present them and you get a result. But when you're doing it with, like, what's the prior probability, you know, there's a God who would be worthy of worship, it's like, what the fuck are you even talking about? And I think that because we don't have access to that information, it's like, hard. But then there are these further problems, which is like, probability model shit. I don't know, like when you're supposed to have like a justified domain here, or like to adequately specify the probability space. And when you don't do that, it's like unclear what you're even talking about. It feels like what Draper does, which I'm not a fan of, is that he buys too much into this like probability is the magical elixir that's going to save naturalism from the grips of theism. And I think that what we should be doing is questioning whether or not like we should even be talking probabilistically in this area. Like why should I think that this is useful?
Yeah. I mean, I'm inclined to say that it's maybe not that useful, but also that like you could sound plausible. Well, relative. Plausible here is going to be somewhat subjective, but
yeah,
plausible.
Exactly. That's the problem.
Yeah, I mean, but I don't think we're barred from reasoning probabilistically. I'm just I guess like.
Well, it's a question of like, it's not a question of like we're barred from reasoning probabilistically. It's a question of like, do you have could there be a non-arbitrary probabilistic model, like probability model, that, and then when you realize that all of this probabilistic talk just comes down to you have certain subjective, you have certain intuitions that you're funneling through this, this mathematical calculus, and then I have other ones that are funneled through this mathematical calculus, and then what we do is we have to determine, whose probability function we should prefer. It's like a little, or like whose probability measure we should prefer. It's a little bit like, okay, well, like what did the introduction of probability even really do here? Right? Like all it did was
I think that you're going to want to say that typically you want to say that actually I have certain commitments that are going to be in tension with the assignments that I'm reporting in this case, or something like that. So I gotta go. I'm gonna eat, but I'll be back in a minute.
Yeah, okay.
Fine. When you need
bring. Here we go. Bring Felipe up. Give him mods. Where's Felipe? Oh, he was in here for like literally 1 second. By the way, I'm glad that my campaign worked, because now you have mods.
Yeah, I made this for a little pop-up room because Andrew kicked me.
Yeah, because Andrew's being a little
bitch. Andrew's a little bitch. Yeah.
Yeah, there was a whole talk about you in that room. It was like going on for 30 minutes.
Oh, I'm sure. Andrew was very.
Because you were talking about the problem of evil.
Yeah. It all like popped off because of that. It's very anyway.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Shit, I lost my train of thought though. I had like another thing to say about
paper, so I could kind of like summarize it. It was like I sent it to you. Well, no, you're on my emails, but I didn't really specify it in the email. No, actually I did. Anyway, with the inscrutability stuff, the worry is that, like, okay, so there are 3 worries. So, like, take psychophysical harmony as an example. Here's question 1. How many ways could God have made the psychophysical laws harmonious? So it seems like we don't know the answer to that question. So to the best of our knowledge, God could have an infinite way or a finite way of doing them, or he could have only one. So this is the main point. The sample space could include like divine choices, divine values, divine reasons, divine obligations, possible universes, possible laws, possible people, or just like other shit we haven't thought of. But the probabilities in question depend on how we construct that sample space. So if we lack a justification for thinking that like the sample space represents like the relevant divine options, then we lack a justification for thinking that the probabilities are justified as well. So if someone's like, oh yeah, well, you know, I don't know, psychophysical harmony is like more likely on theism than it is in naturalism, I'm going to be like, well, what's included in the sample space? Is it universes? Is it people? Is it thoughts? Is it reasons? Is it all of them? Like, what are you even counting?
Yeah, sure. I mean, basically,
it's a problem.
The way I look at it is that it's a problem. Let's grant that it's a problem. I still think like I can play that game and still win. That's kind of how I look at it. Where it's like, yeah, sure, the whole enterprise may be like rock with a bunch of hand wavy bullshit, you know. But it's like I can also beat you at the hand wavy probability bullshit. And
yeah, so
like,
yeah, that's
you know, do you remember when Cameron Bertuzzi did like this video where he made like a Bayesian calculator? He started putting
that
in
was so cringe.
You could so easily do that the other way, where you just go like, okay, yeah, so we're gonna charitably give psychophysical harmony like 1 billion points, and we're gonna, you know, we're gonna give 1 billion points to fine tuning, and then it's just like go through an enormous list of evil shit for suffering.
What about the thing where he posted a YouTube thumbnail, and in the thumbnail the percentages don't add to 1?
Oh, I didn't even see that. That's hilarious.
Wait. I'm gonna put it. I'm gonna send you the screenshot of it, and you can maybe, you know, I'll put it as my profile, but I'll send it to you on Discord. They don't even add to 1. He puts 99.99 and then 0.001. Now, you'd think comment I'm gonna be like, he's like, you don't know how like intellectually serious and complicated the Bayesian is on this. I'm like, yeah, you can't add that like 99.99. It's 0.01 to get to 1.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Yeah, I mean that's
we're missing 0.009 here.
Yeah, where did it go? Where did the Malaysian Airlines flight go? But I mean, hang on. Perry sent my message. Oh, I'm editing a special issue of Theologica.
Oh, no, it's fine.
Yeah, so it's going to be on theism and moral responsibility, and we're thinking about which authors to invite.
That's pretty dope. That's like, I haven't actually read much on that whole, you 100% read like, you know, tomes more than I have about that topic, so I don't even know if I have much of interest to say, you know,
well,
about God.
I can tell you who we're gonna try to invite. Hang on, wrote it down. So Fisher, Oppie, Swinburne, Craig, Rasmussen, and Mullins. I don't know if they'll do it, but that's the list. And then obviously we're gonna invite you to write an article for the show.
We need to get Michael Humer versus like the strongest anti-PC person we can find.
Oh, why don't we invite Humer? I think that would be a good person. Okay, yeah, Mike Humer's a moment. It's funny how he's like, I'm really smart. But he's kind of right. But he just says it. Like, if you read the back of his book, he's like, why should you believe me? I'm really smart.
I saw some, it was like odd, like, he is kind of funny, but like, he just said like retard one time in an interview, and I was like, damn. Like, wasn't it? He was like, I forget the context he said it.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
I think he was giving like caveats to like a thought experiment, and he's like assuming this and assuming that, and like assuming you're not like retarded or something, and then like he just keep.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Oh god.
He does thought experiments like from the hip. He's like a quick draw with his like thought experiments. He's constantly cooking them up.
So
he's just like, oh yeah, you gotta reply to me. Here's like 10 thought experiments.
Do you want to hear a thought experiment from one of Steve's books?
Sure.
Wait, let me pull it up. I am a connoisseur of Steve thought experiments, by the way. Here we go. Good thing, okay. I know like all of them. Okay. Anal intercourse. The only way for a sick man, this is from Rutledge.
Oh my gosh.
The only intercourse with a woman was a rare combination of immunities. She has not tried anal intercourse, but knows she would not enjoy it. That said, she would prefer it to 9 months of unwanted pregnancy. Now,
I'm afraid.
Okay, here we go. He goes, as a side note, this is the footnote. Plenty of women appear to enjoy sex episodes that include anal sex. Consider, and then it's like a long paragraph about how women actually enjoy anal sex.
It's wild.
Wait, let me, I'm missing the screenshot.
The reviewers were just like, yeah, this is fine.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, we wrote the book like a year to 2 years ago. So I don't even remember, like, if we have any. We probably have at least one read. I feel like you should debate Perry.
About what, God? But,
no, skeptical theism.
Oh, is he a skeptical theist?
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be pretty.
Well, he's like the skeptical theist.
Yeah, I was gonna say, didn't he like write like the SCP article or some shit?
Oh, that was Tim Perrine. Tim Perrine.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. He could have written it as well. He's just.
Oh, you know
he's
who
not
I'm thinking of fucking Trent Doherty. I think he wrote the old one.
Oh yeah, but then he got canceled because he like got a stupid pregnant or something.
Yeah, I'm just getting my people crossed. Yeah. So okay. So. Yeah, Harry. I actually don't know a lot about him. I've heard him talk a few times, but like I don't know the particulars of it.
Hang on, I'm talking to Perry. He said he might come on later.
I'm probably gonna have to close this one soon. People, so it's gonna be like silent anyway. I gotta hop off personally soon, so.
Okay.
But yeah, I have like 5 minutes.
Yeah, because it's not the Andrew Battle Dome.
Yeah, when it's a bigger active room, you can like step away.
By the way, Perry says if you don't have at least, I think, 3 kids, you're single. Yeah, which is, I don't know, maybe true. Yeah, I'm amping you up to Perry right now.
Oh my god. I doubt that I would be like. I doubt that I'd be like any sort of like match for him on the issue. Yeah. At least not for like.
To know what your reaction is.
Well, I don't know if I want to debate Perry Hender's role. I mean, maybe talk to him. I don't know.
Or just talk to him. Yeah. Well, but what's your objection to skepticism?
So, like, it's like broadly, like, what I think is wrong with the position is that like it seems to undercut a lot of the strongest movements that amp up a disagreement here. But like,
I DM'd him.
If you invoke something
in the book where he tries to. He goes, that's a real worry, so he's not a crank.
I think, like, what a lot of people regarded as, like, the best ones, but you might disagree and think, like, they're not the best ones and that, like, actually, there are better ones, or I just have, like, privileged epistemic access to, like, special revelations from God, and so I am, like...
He said, if it happens, it happens.
So I didn't like sign up for this, Roger. You're throwing me into the lion's den with like.
That's what I do. That's what I do. That's like my thing is I'm like I take random people and I'm like, hey you right now, go debate proofs. Right now. I don't know. It's like a refined version of Andrew where I'm like, all right, Tim.
Yeah, I mean, maybe if it was like, yeah, it could be if it was not just if I wasn't being singled out as the only like non-professional philosopher in the room. Like, if there were,
Well,
like,
do you have I don't know, like abortion? Do you have views on that?
I mean, I'm pro-choice.
Oh, he's radically pro-life.
Why are you trying to get me into a fight?
Why am I trying to get you? Because you're smart and you should fucking own it. He goes, here's my attempt to square it. God is maximally great, so we'd expect him to create worlds that resemble him in important respects. This makes it so some natural theology can work if reframed, and also some arguments for atheism. That's what he said.
Sorry, what was the very first thing?
How about I'll paste it in the chat.
Okay.
This is what Perry said. That's Perry.
That's very cryptic. It's very cryptic. I don't know what to do. So God's maximally great. Okay. So we expect the three words to resemble him according. Okay. This makes it so some natural theology is working for you. I don't know. That's it. The last part there is just like not. I don't know what to do with that.
So basically, what he thinks is that like God's really good, so he's gonna do good shit, right? But if him being good, he does good shit, then you can imagine. So it's like the resemblance response.
Okay. So maybe when he's saying, and also some arguments for atheism, he's basically just adopting this whole like value selection idea for doing like the probabilities, I guess. Is he into that stuff, or is he?
Yeah, he's a probability guy.
Yeah. Yeah, because it seems like that does just like I'm fine arguing in that territory where it's just like, okay, well we model theism as value selection, and so that's how we get a grip on the probabilities. We just go like, okay, is thing valuable? Yes or no? It's more likely. If no, then either it's neutral or it's less likely. It's like bad or and then okay, then yeah, we're off to the races. We can do. You give me all the good stuff. I'll give you all the bad stuff. We'll exchange on that to see like who wins. But then the point I think is that the tie there, like the person like providing the examples or the data of evil, the disvaluable things in the world, to say, see, this is unexpected on those. They don't actually have to go so far as to prove like disvalue selection, right? If you could go all the way to the other side and say like, no, it's something selecting for the disvalue portion. In fact, all they want to do for atheism or naturalism or whatever is get to like the middle somewhere, in this kind of tug of war where we're throwing valuable and disvaluable features of the world at each other. Like, okay, but value and difference only needs a tie. So if it even looks like a tie, like I win.
Right. Okay.
Probably a little worried. I need to.
No. I get so much.
More succinct.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yo, Roger, I gotta get off mic. So,
Yeah. Okay, go do your thing.
I'm probably gonna go like try to listen in the other room and see if they can hear me.
Yeah. Why don't you? Yeah, you can go listen in the other room, and then I can say that you deserve mods. All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's basically you buy the land, you're gonna build it, you build it, and you don't have a buyer at the moment. You're a speculator on, you know,
is that what it is?
Yeah. It's not specifications. It's
Um,
yeah.
So when my cousin was looking for a home when they were house shopping in Atlanta, the realtor was calling. He called in different subdivisions, the newer ones. He would point out these homes, and he would say that's a spec home. And I thought that meant like the homes that were on like the smallest land, where like in the whole subdivision, like it was like a 15 to 20 home subdivision. The one that was on the smallest piece of land, they kind of just. Yeah, that's what I thought, because it was like that one just looked like it had like all the. It didn't have the nicest layout. It was like the smallest layout. They were trying to like. It seemed like every time she would point out like, oh, that's a spec home. It just seemed like it was the one. It was the least nice out of all of them on the smallest piece of land, almost like on a corner or something, where they were like, it's a.
So I could build a house for somebody else, or I could build it for myself, not to live in, but to resell. And so if I build it to resell, that's a spec.
Okay.
What suburb of Atlanta were they in? Lawrenceville?
No, actually, this was like, I don't even know what it's called, but it's like at the intersection of Camp Creek and Cascade, like on the outer sides of
How far is it from downtown?
Maybe 10, 15 minutes. It's an old subdivision now, but back then it was fairly new. So yeah, because Camp Creek is all built up now.
So but you should have a warranty, and I think roofs. But you could have like a manufacturer warranty on because it'll be okay. Did the installer mess up, or did the product fail? And your product will have a much longer warranty than your installment warranty, and then the installment would be based on the local code customs and whatnot. And if it was a faulty install, then I think you should have some recourse where it's not on you, especially given that like the roof should have like a 20-year life at least. Shingles, 20 to 30-year life for shingles. So you might be able to do something.
Yeah, he told me
to have like a
He told me, yeah, that's what he said. He said he said that they could do something with the tiles, but the install was a little shoddy. So, but I think the tiles I can get. Yeah, I think you're right. I think the tiles are like 20 years or something like that. But I think I got to pay for the labor and install. I think that's what they told me. I don't know. I got to look into it. I only got that part fixed. But the guy, when he was up there, he was like, man, I got to come back to this whole thing. Let me know.
Yeah, but they do that. They do that to look. Even us in the game, in the industry, if you end up with a trade that you're not like comfortable with, they'll try to bamboozle us as general contractors. So a homeowner is even more right for the business.
Yes.
So you got to get 2 and 3 evaluations before you can pronounce yourself in a really shitty situation.
That's
to the biggest. Yeah.
I'm so glad they don't have to deal.
I imagine contractors are even more devilish than mechanics and some of this stuff.
You know how many times I've had clients do a whole renovation and then fire the contractor and do a second whole renovation? It's
every day.
And I hear the stories and I'm like, how did this happen? Horror story over and over and over again.
But they did the work. I'm great. Can you fix this and this? And like, yeah, we'll take care of it. It's gonna look great. And then like 2 months later, the woodworking guy out of Asheville, North Carolina, he had a flood, so the cabinets that were going to be made way through. And then they're like, fuck it, we're just going to get a whole new architect, contractor, rip this all up and start again.
That's insane. Because usually the architect is not the bad guy. He's like the closest guy to the owner. He's the one who drew the vision. It's usually the people that you hate the most is the contractor and the contractors. To get rid of the architect, he had to have screwed up.
Yeah, so it's like sometimes design and build, like the design and build.
Oh yeah, that's how they get it. Spirits, have you ever thought, because the cure to a lot of issues, I think, could be a good owner's rep who is basically the educated liaison between the owner and all the other construction professionals?
I would never get involved in that.
Have you ever done it?
No, I'm never getting involved in that.
Oh, okay, I got you.
Too much shit that, and a lot of shit I just don't know.
How to slow down any type of useful conversation. I'm just saying.
You said it. Actually, I do not engage. I don't know why you guys keep engaging. That's cool. But hey, keep doing you.
I think people like Norm and Sam, they do know, and they are completely aware. They just don't give a fuck. They just don't give a fuck. Those are the type of white people where you got people like white people like April who don't want to associate with white people like that because they actually make them look bad, And for those who are our allies, they see what it is, and you can tell because they're even tired of the bullshit. They're tired of.
They don't make me look bad for shit. Fuck Norm. Hell no.
Well,
I don't think they look bad. I know you're saying fuck Norm.
Yeah, they make themselves look bad. You're right.
But they do make, because it is all white people, just no white people, right? It's just, those kind of conversations don't bother me because I'm not him. I'm not in his group. And his group is, didn't Marlene say it? Ghoul. He's a ghoul. Ghoul. That's what the fuck he is.
Ghoul, right. I use it.
Well, now that the ghouls are gone, so we're back at the question: did we lose our other Republican?
Yeah, Norm left. I kicked Norm down and then he left.
I'm talking about Julia. Y'all be
Amari's here. Julian's here. Amari's on stage. You got two Republicans. You want to say it now? Oh, I remember you from last year. I remember you voting for Trump and all that shit.
No, he said independent can vote for Trump. Is what Julian
Oh, is that what he do? Julian he a Trumper then. He he at least a Trumper.
Okay, so I voted for Julian.
Oh yeah, you are. You voted for him. You got it. You got this. This one's on you, Julian. You can't get out of it.
I don't have a problem with listening to Julian because now he's basically
better than Norm. That's it. What happened to Lisa? Lisa, what are you doing?
And suddenly,
give me the sign of the open eye.
A riddle of shadows where whispers lie. The thorny thigh, the maddening